Wait. Normal intro song? What did you prefer this one? That a better one? Are we happy with that one now? I can do normal. Okay, I'm not going to make you listen to that all day. Have some normal tunes. Need me some coffee? Alrighty, boys and girls, good morning, good morning. We have coffee. We have coffee. It is time. This is potentially the last stream of Dragonflight. You realise that? The last stream of Dragonflight, potentially. Woo! Won't be fun. Won't be fun. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Has Mantheus decided on his main yet? Stay tuned. Ranthius is my main character. What the hell he's going to do, though? Ain't got a clue. Ain't got a clue. Alright, let's fix the UI, because I've clearly broken it. Genius warband. It doesn't work too well for Team YouTube, unfortunately, but you get the point. There's that one. No, not that one. Oh my god, I've got too many buttons on my... I literally have a stream deck right here, and I still do everything in OBS like an absolute donkey. That's the one. We need a bit of Goblin Shameless promo on screen. Oh, no, that's the wrong Twitch drops. That's not a thing yet. Where the flipping it? There's the viewer counter. Where's me Spotify now playing thing? There it is. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, that silly meme intro thing that I have. Straight up hardcore stolen from a dude on TikTok. You can have all the credit in the world for it. But yeah, 10-hour remix of that to level during the War Within would be fun. Well, I don't know. It might drive me to insanity. Do you have the Stream Deck XL? No, I've only got the basic one with the, like, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 button one. I want the one that's got all the knobs and dials and stuff on it. I might make an upgrade soon. I could do with a second Stream Deck, if I'm honest. There's not enough buttons on. There's definitely not enough buttons. I know you can change the pages on a Stream Deck, but I tend not to. If you have page next and back, you then have 13 buttons per page, and I fill them up too easily, even though I don't even feel as if I use it properly. But today, I don't have many plans today. I've been, literally, my focus and devotion towards doing something on stream has just, like, completely missed me this week. I don't have any plans to do anything, so we can do whatever the hell we want, basically. I'm in hardcore perfectionist mode at the moment with my guide, and that's just taken 110% of my focus. So I kind of feel a little bit bad I haven't planned anything to do. That said, all of my remix characters are no longer remix characters. And we get them all out of remix purgatory. Why does he have 17,000 gold on him? Where did he get that from? Are they just... How does this work then? Are they just free? Be free!
Hello there.
Goldson, good morning, my man. Or, well, probably good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. Really impressed by your chat. Like, shout out Goldson, by the way. Throw your YouTube in the link in the stream, please. People need to throw you a sub. Absolutely. For the purpose of 100% transparency, I don't necessarily agree with everything that you say in your videos, but the way you portray it is so entertaining. I'm already in the habit of watching every single video. So please, please, please do shameless promo. Throw your YouTube in the chat. Everybody go sub. Definitely needs to happen. I've enjoyed many of your videos so far during beta. Since remix tunes are already out of prison, I wonder if there's any sort of goal making, like one-time treasures or such, that can do with a bunch of alts, Dragon Isles, dailies, world. I mean, there probably is. There most likely is. There's well, it seems to be that it's thrown us straight into. Oh, it's just dropped us off in Ogrimmar. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why is YouTube complaining it's not getting any sound at all? Hang on. Hang on. Is YouTube Is YouTube getting any audio at all? You shouldn't be getting music in the background, but you should be hearing me, right? Why is YouTube being dumb? And there should be in-game sound at the very least. YouTube's fine? Okay, maybe it's just my YouTube dashboard being a dum-dum then. Yeah, go. Everybody go sub to Goldson. I want to see that man with 1 million subs by the end of the year. He's incredibly entertaining. Incredibly entertaining. Okay. Let's give this some love. And for Team YouTube, if you haven't already, go sub to Goldson. His channel's fantastic, very amusing, very, very unique approach to goal making, which I like. I tend to fall far too much into the category of like maths and numbers and min-max. Goldson's, on no disrespect, but Goldson's content is often in the other direction, where it's more about the sort of the long-term approach and just how things work, not worrying about the numbers too much, because having the confidence that it'll all happen eventually. It's really quite refreshing. I like it a lot. Right. Yeah, Ranthius, paragon of the mitt. Oh, God, look at his gear. Ooh. Brother, ooh. Oh, we got to fix this. We got to fix this. Where's his, what the flipping hell? Oh, my buttons are wrong. Oh, no, it's reset all my toolbars and everything. Oh, dear. Sure. Does that mean do we have... Oh, these are all going to be wrong. Delete. Okay. Sure. Will you start a build for a minute until I figure out something better? It's by no means optimal, but you can press buttons and it works at least. I need my... Where's my yak? Give me my yak. Yak button, go. Ha! There's a yak right here. Murloc suit, go. 8 gold to apply my Murloc suit. Disgusting. Then we need an actual mount button. That one down there. Let's go. What should we use mount-wise? What makes sense for a whacking great big panda in a Murloc suit? On the back of a white fox? Invincible? Ah, no, you can't see it. What else have we got? Island Thunderscale. Ah, Murloc on the back of a alpaca, maybe. Still one of my favourite mounts in the game, you know. Good old Polly Roger, renowned 39 with Plunderstorm. Oh, here's a good question. Plunderstorm or remix? Plunderstorm or remix? Plunderstorm or remix? If you had to pick one, now that we have fully seen both of them, what are we saying? I'm, remix, no challenge, remix. There's a vote for Plunderstorm. Remix, Plunderstorm. See, I don't, not to be a fence sitter or anything, but I'm not convinced I could actually choose. I had a lot of fun in Plunderstorm, but Plunderstorm was 3 days of fun, right? 3 days of fun in Plunderstorm, and then it was too much PvP for me after that. What I enjoyed about Plunderstorm was actually the learning curve of getting good, right? The age-old problem with PvP, just get good. It took me a few days from going from keyboard turner to potentially winning games. And I don't feel the learning curve was very steep. So I kind of enjoyed Plunderstorm from that perspective. But Remix, man, oh my god, the first couple of weeks of Remix, I put 200 plus hours into Remix in about a week, it felt. I genuinely felt like I didn't sleep for the beginning of Remix, and it was just so addictive. So addictive. I remember having like long daily streams. That was when I did my 30 streams in 30 days as well, was during Remix. So that goes to show I must have been having fun. So I think longevity-wise, I think I prefer Remix. I don't even care about all the alts. All the alts that we got out of it was nice, but if I'm honest, I think the early learning curve of Plunderstorm was fun, but the longevity aspect of Remix was great. Leveled about 150 characters in Remix. Ouch. There's people that fill their account. I am quite sure there is people that fill their accounts. The speed Hikons was knocking them out at was disgusting. Actually disgusting. I maybe leveled 5 or 6 sets of tunes across a few accounts, but my god, the amount of characters some people are going to have is wild. Wild. Do we have do we do a bit of a dick swinging contest? Who's got the most characters out of Remix then? Celtic has put his name in the hat with 150 characters out of Remix. I'm quite sure there's some people that can top that one. Thunderstorm, an optional silly little game. Played it on occasion, enjoyed it. Remix was totally not my thing. Why would I play a different version of the same content I can do in retail? I got bored after 2 days, level 31. And Max was a panda character. Yeah, I get it. I know Remix was definitely not for everybody. 150, 125. Good numbers. Good numbers. 96. Very impressive all the same. How many do I think I did? How many is on my main account? I think I've got 12 characters maybe on my... In fact, I can just count. I can just count. We can just find out. How many characters did I do this on? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I only leveled 9 characters on my main account. My second account, my main account was doing the boosting. I was using Rantheus. I wasn't using a level 20 twink, even though I had one. I don't know why I chose to do that, but I think I leveled 6 characters across 4 additional accounts. So what's 6 times 4? 24 plus the 9, 30 plus. I probably I'm probably somewhere near 40 characters. I think I leveled. I think I got about 21 from Remix. To my understanding, you already had a bunch anyway, so I think you should have been good. About 20 in Remix. I know a lot of people that had the plan to get like one of every class, so that, you know, obviously we do sweaty goblin things. We do stuff that is designed where having lots of characters is a direct advantage. But some people just used Remix to get like one of every class at level 70. Meaning in theory, they can now go into the War Within, and if they want to meta slave, they can pick whatever the meta character is, and they already have one at level 70 ready and waiting to quickly level up and then play with, which I know was the main focus, I think, for Remix for a lot of people. Who be this? CivXL, good morning, my man. Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I hope your morning stream was well. You got that? Have you got that blue drake yet? I know you were hunting that down the other day. Fastest I've seen was a Reddit post of about 24 minutes to level 70. Yeah, it was... you could technically get a level 70 character in about 15 minutes. Not single, though. That obviously required a setup, and that required you to be doing 4 at a time. You were playing on one character. If you were boosting on a level 20 twink, and then you had 4 separate accounts that you were boosting... you could get all 4 of those characters to level 70 in about an hour. In essence, meaning you were getting a brand new level 70 every 15 minutes, which is actually wild when you think about it. That's actually wild, and I'm without question going to kick myself for not doing that more. But I was far too busy playing beta, so. Hey, Manthus here from the Civ raid. Good morning to you. Thank you very much. I hope you had fun this morning over with Civ. I leveled 0 in Remix, broke my record. Yeah. How has Ranthius got unread mail from Ranthius? How does that work? How does that work? Oh, I have some interesting news. You know how throughout the entire beta I've been saying that racials don't matter. Oh, they kind of do. Goblins and Kultiran are the only two classes that can fully take advantage of thaumaturgy the way that it stands right now, which I'm not quite sure how I feel about that, really. Most regular players without a racial bonus are going to be 2 points short. I'll showcase this in a little bit more detail when we jump on the beta. They're going to be 2 points short, but Volterans and Goblins are going to be able to take quality 2 materials and with the use of concentration turn them into quality 3 via thaumaturgy. Everybody else can't. Just straight up can't. Which is kind of slightly frustrating because I was really hoping they were not going to make racials matter that much. I genuinely can't talk about this and not show it, can I? Hang on, let me quickly jump onto the beta. I don't know why I randomly thought of this, but it was spoke about in the Discord, and I checked it out and was both intrigued and slightly frustrated to see that it's a thing, but no blue drake yet, or ashes. Can't get everything at once, though. That is true. Best of luck to you, though. Best of luck. Don't play games like Fortnite, so Plunderstorm lost my interest very, very quickly. Plunderstorm would have lost me faster if... It would have lost me faster if I hadn't really enjoyed learning it. But I did it at the right time. I did it soon as the game mode came out. I was learning it with everybody else. So I had the luxury of going from dog shit to like semi-reasonable with everybody else. Coming into it late when everybody's already figured it all out would have been a lot more difficult. So yeah, Alchemy, full build. I am not a goblin. I am not a Kultiran, so I don't have any bonus. But I am 16 points short from a max build situation here. And 357. If I had the 16 points, I'd be at 373. And you need 375 to guarantee quality 2. So, let me clarify my statement actually. Goblins and Kultirans can take quality 1 materials. They can take quality 1 materials and with a full build use concentration to turn them into quality 3. They can take quality 1 and turn them into quality 2, and they can do that all day long. All day long. But only with concentration can they take them to quality 3. Which I don't really like, because it's another one of those, if you have the racial, you win, and if you don't have the racial, you lose. It's very black and white. Very black and white. Obviously, converting them to quality 3, you can only do probably once with your concentration. But the fact they can take quality 1 and turn them into quality 2 all day long. Because with the 16 points up here plus the racial, you'll be putting quality 1 materials in and you'll be quality 2 guaranteed. So for as many times as you press the button, you'll be able to do it. Sure, you need a shitload of points in here. Like I said, this is a max build guide. But when max build, Volterans and Goblins win. Everybody else, quality 1 to quality 1, quality... I mean, you put quality 2 materials in here. Everybody can convert quality 2 materials into other quality 2 materials. And of course, use concentration to take those quality 2 and turn them into quality 3. You take quality 2 lure drop here right now, for example. This is not a good example, but you could take quality 2 lure drop and you could turn it into quality 3 gloom, chitin, and a Kirite. Boom. 20 quality 2 mats, 10 quality 3 mats, plus obviously all your other goodies. There's also the other option that will be a thing for many people, is that all of this transmutagen that they get out of it, you're going to use your thaumaturgy to smush your transmutagen as well. And the difference will be is that goblins and Volterans will be able to smush their transmutagen into quality 2 mats, whilst everybody else will only be able to smush it into quality 1 mats. So goblins definitely, Volterans definitely, once you get full build, absolutely definitely 100% have an advantage that others can't get, which is a bit sad. I was hoping that wasn't going to be the case, but it is. So if you're going to play Alchemy, do it on a Goblin. Or do it on a Volteran if you absolutely have to be Alliance. Can you get 950 artisan security in the first week? If yes, how? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But like many things in life, just because it's possible, that doesn't mean you want to do it. You have to do an amazing amount of dumb shit, as has just been phrased in the chat. You have to do an amazing amount of dumb shit at ungodly cost. People have there's a few resources that have popped up recently, actually. People who have taken a little bit more time and effort to look into this shuffle, to try and quantify just what is going to be needed. I've started to see a few spreadsheets knocking about for this. It's wild. Actually wild, the amount of it's going to cost to do it. When you balance it out against the potential gain that you can have, you can't really put a price on being first to market because, well, you just can't. It's happened to me once or twice. So I've seen it firsthand exactly how it feels like to be first to market with something. And it's quite fun for as long as you have that advantage. But Lord have mercy, is it going to be expensive to do? And if you are 2 days before like the expansion goes live, learning everything you need to do, you're not going to win. Like it's like starting to train for a marathon 2 days before the marathon starts. You can give it a go, but if your expectation is to have the skill and to be able to win that race, I mean, I'm realistic about this. I'm trying to portray... This isn't gatekeeping. This is me trying to be realistic to people. If you are at this point and you are just trying to find out how you can do the shuffle, you're already way too late. There are people that have been practicing doing the shuffle on the beta for quite literally weeks now to like nail it down and to make sure that they can get every possible advantage they possibly can to gain first to market benefit. And on the region-wide auction house, if you're second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth, you're not getting anywhere near as big of a payday out of it. So it's super risky. I mean, I'm even probably not going to do it very aggressive. Like, I'll dabble. I will dabble just for, like, to showcase what you might need to do. There'll be people out there that from minute 1 of the early access, they will just be on it. And your chance of beating those guys is almost impossible. I was first to market on a couple of things in Dragonflight, almost as fun as Legos. Well, yeah, nothing is going to beat day 1 rank 7s. Woo! That was quite genuinely my favourite day in World of Warcraft history. Some people remember Glyphmas from way back in the day. I remember rank 7 Legos. Woo! Wild. Good lord, was that a day. There will be quote-unquote people out there not only doing the shuffle, but buying all the materials at almost any price to stop other people from doing it as well. Yeah, there'll be disgusting amounts of, like, cock blocking and all sorts of stuff going on. There'll be outrageous things going on. Glyphmas, Legos, both incredible. Nothing has come close to those. No. Yeah, 74 million sales in one day. It was pretty wild. I loved getting the screenshots from people who were like doing 10 million gold in an hour. I don't think I hit gold cap in an hour. I think I got to about 8 million. I can't remember. I've got screenshots of it somewhere. I think they're on my old PC though. 8 million gold in sales in an hour, of which a good 60 to 70% of that was profit as well. Treat it like any business. Just be happy if you're in the black when starting out. Yeah, I generally recommend the best thing for people who want to at least keep their nose ahead is set yourself the task of maybe doing the gathering shuffle. That's going to keep your nose ahead of most people. You're not going to beat the sweaty McSweatersons who are going hardcore, but if you you can at least look at doing the gathering shuffle, and then in that scenario, you kind of can't lose. You're not going to win, but you'll be ahead of everybody else that's not really thinking about it. And the reason you can't lose is because in theory, outside of a bit of time, it's probably not going to cost you anything to do it. You'll gather a bunch of materials. You'll be able to sell those materials. You'll gain a little bit of artisan security, which might get you one of your bits of profession gear. You only need to keep your nose ahead to be in the point where you can craft and sell things at a profit. So even doing the gathering shuffle is probably the smart way to do it for most. Don't worry about doing the full deep profession shuffle. That's risking copious amounts of gold in the hope that you happen to have the winning lottery ticket, because it is a bit like a lottery, because things like patron orders are random and patron orders are going to make all the difference. If somebody logs on and they open up their patron order list and they've got 5 things on their list and they can easily fill 4 of them and 3 of them give them 30 artisan security, they have just hit the literal jackpot in one go. Whereas somebody else will log on, they'll get 5 patron orders, they'll only be able to fill 1 of them, and it will give them an augment rune. You know, that there'll be a significant difference. Just RNG is going to fuck you over, or at least it can, because so much of the shuffle with the professions revolves around harvesting big numbers of artisan security. Like this, for example. Oh, I got to make a mana potion. I make a mana potion and I get 30 artisan security. You know how much that is worth, right? 1 mana potion, boom, 30 artisan security. If you get that work order, it's Christmas Day. Yet somebody else will get like nothing but rank 5 mythic gear that they won't be able to craft. Looks like you better go learn fishing on Ranthius ASAP. It's true, actually. Shuffling means leveling every profession and doing patron orders. Basically, see, this is the thing that also confuses me. No disrespect. Welcome in, by the way. Thank you for your first chat. But it's a lot of people are not even totally sure why they are doing the shuffle. They've just kind of seen that other people are doing it and are questioning why. You're basically trying to get your hands on as much artisan security as you possibly can, as quickly as you can, because the fact you have a target, roughly 2,000 artisan security per profession, and you want it. You want it as fast as you can. The sooner you can get it, the sooner you can buy your tools. The sooner you've got your tools, the sooner you can look at buying knowledge books. Once you've got your knowledge books, you're done, right? That's the point. And this is why you have to do it quickly, because that is the race. It's not about just doing it. It's about doing it fast. It's about doing it before others. Because let's say 5 people do the shuffle, all in the same direction, all trying to get like guaranteed quality 3 on the same thing. You have to beat those 5 other people. The 4 people that get there first will hoover up all of the advantage. And if you get there 5th, and you've spent like 3 days of early access, 20 hours a day, and 2 million gold, and you get there 5th, and all of the first to market juice has been hoovered up, it feels bad. What are people selling to require blue tools at the start? Even if you're selling vials rank 3, you don't need them until raid week. No, you're wrong. You're wrong, because it doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. There is a significant difference between the highest thing and the thing, right? So there'll be demand for rank 3 stuff day 1. You get rank, if you craft something at rank 3, you'll sell it on day 1. There is a huge amount of the player base that won't necessarily want the stuff, particularly until a certain period of time. But that doesn't mean it won't sell. Absolutely. That you forget just how most players play this game. Most players are not particularly, hyper focused in that direction. They'll see that, people will start people gem their level gear. People enchant their leveling gear. People do all sorts of ridiculous stuff. Your goal as a goblin is to get the stuff available, and if people buy it, great. Honestly. There is absolutely zero reason for people to be buying 150k rank 3 weapon enchants on day 2 of Dragonflight. But boy, did they sell. Boy, did they sell. It's a little bit wild, if I'm honest. This is why people do it. And it's not until you do it for the first time, not until you actually experience how ridiculous it is, that you then start to forget that actually not everybody plays the game in a cookie cutter kind of way. Right, I need Ranthius. Is he in the guild? Oh, he is in the guild. Right, I need to... public note. That's not how you spell altar, is it? Is it? Oh, it is how you spell altar. That seems... I thought that was one of those words that was spelt weirdly. Look at me, can't spell a 5-letter word. This is why I play video games. Is it AR or ER? AR, well, AR is the thing people pray at, right? To alter is to change. As in to alter a skirt that is too long, or alter your outdoor plans if it rains. An altar is a place that serves as a center of worship. Yeah, so alter ego is ER. Fucking shit. I can Google shit, me. Yeah, no refunds is up and running, boys and girls. The obviously I'm Horde. It's created Horde. I know there's some weird things going on with flipping you might struggle to find it in the guild finder thing. If you are Horde, you may find it. Who's this? Who's this? On Kazakh. Imp Tamer. Well, it's not this one. It is this one. On the Realm Draenor. Active member 1. Lol. Leader Manthe is the one you'll be looking to join if you are interested. The concept for the guild is simple. We're going to craft shit for each other. Job done, right? We're like going into an expansion where crafting's big business and that guild orders across realm. My plan is to take as much advantage of that as humanly possible. I've done some very basic things in terms of I don't even know how you flipping do it. Where's it gone? Oh, I'm not the guild leader, am I? My other main character's the guild leader. Maybe I should swap Ranthius over to be the guild leader. Maybe I should do that. I need to set up some ranks. Is first craft experience still a thing? It is, yeah, it is. I don't know how potent it is. I've not actually tested, but it's yeah, you can still get some experience. There's something else I've thought about. I know I'm chasing squirrels a lot at the moment. I've thought about potentially nuking my TSM and literally starting again. My TSM is so broken, it's not even funny. TSM still is trying to track huge amounts of characters that don't actually exist. Meaning that all of my gold information and ledger and everything is all completely broken. So much so, I'm very tempted to nuke the whole thing and start again. Things like forget characters doesn't work. Half the characters I tell it to forget, it doesn't forget. Half the characters I want it to forget are not on this list. It's so broken right now because I haven't reset my TSM in quite literally years. So I'm very tempted, since we're going into a fresh expansion, delete it all, start it again. Do the full nuke, make some videos about the setup, hell yeah. It's actually not a bad idea. It is actually genuinely not a bad idea. I do need to redo my TSM stuff. Early access of a new expansion is probably not the time to be doing it, though. This is the problem. But it is definitely at the point where I'm very tempted to just nuke it and start again. Nuke it for more bits, the only way to be sure, of course. Yeah. Copy the WTF folder to a storage spot and then delete it after. Do it now, don't wait, make a vid. Hope to build up your TSM groups and operations. I've planned for a while to redo some TSM videos. Should I see if TSM wants to sponsor them? Do we see if TSM wants to sponsor them? Hey, gumdrops. Hey, gumdrops. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? We'll see. I used to do an 80% reset about every 6 months or so. I'm embarrassed to say it's been about 3 years since my last wipe. I don't think I've cleaned my TSM since the beginning of Shadowlands. That's the problem. Meaning that it's very broken. I naturally clear data outside 365 days anyway, but that still doesn't seem to help. That the rest, it's just all broken. I'm very tempted to uninstall, Control-Alt-Delete the whole thing. Worst Gumdrops can say is no. I don't think Gumdrops gets a say. It's that sap, you fella. You an affiliate by now? With TSM? Oh, yeah, I have, yeah. It's not something I've overly promoted yet, but... I've tested a few times as recently as a few hours ago on beta, and the Dragonflight bonuses gave a lot more experience overall. You can also do them in the Dream Surge, which gives 25% more. But maybe they'll flick a switch to turn them off with early access. Yeah, there's probably some cheesy ways to like really power level yourself using professions and stuff like that. I'm actually very tempted. No. I was doing guild stuff. Lord have mercy. Do one thing at a time. Do one thing at a time. Applicants. There we go. I need to do that more often. This is the reason I need to give Ranthius Guild Master, because he's the character I'm going to be on for the most part. Promote to Guild Master. Or can I just give him officer status? Can he still do it with officer status? Do we have to be... There is the ability for anybody in the guild to invite anybody else. So by all means, invite alts, friends, whoever. Obviously, I'm not going to put any limitation on people joining the guild until it's full. And once it's full, if it ever gets full, I'm pretty sure there's a 1,000-player limit still. Please don't invite all 100 alts if you've got 100 alts, because then it will fill up very quickly. But characters that you plan on playing on, more importantly, characters that you are both able to and looking to do work orders for, bring them on in. The only limitation, I'll only start putting limitations on it once the guild is full. And then we'll probably do it based on a level. Like the only fair way to do it would then be by level. We'll start shaving off the low level characters, and we'll favor character level. And if we end up with 1,000 level 80s, then I'll have to figure out something else. But that's really getting ahead of myself, I think. But yeah, the main concept of the guild is just to be able to do crafting orders for each other. And with it being cross-realm, I think that will really help a lot of people out as well. You could, in theory, then go straight to your guild orders. And Ias are leather, this character is leatherworking and Jawn crafting. You could fill orders for anybody else in the guild across any server. There was part of me for a while that was contemplating putting in like minimum tip requirements. I'm still very tempted to do that, just to ensure that people get paid. Working for tips is not necessarily something that screams fun, if that's the right way of describing it. I would like to maybe try and enforce a little bit of minimum tip requirements on certain bits of gear. Spark gear, minimum 10k. Let's not be greedy here. Minimum 10k for a spark order. 5k for a profession tool. 1k for a inscription book or something, you know. Let's be fair about things. Let's make sure that let's make sure that we don't screw ourselves over. Mostly because there's often a conception with guild orders that people should do them for free, and that's not what I'm promoting here. You literally founded the guild for the purpose of setting official tip prices for everything. Yeah, I like it's the number. It's the number that's difficult for me to lock on to. It's the actual numbers. What I'm also going to do, I'm going to have the chat, guild chat, well, not mirrored, but like also in the Discord as well, because I suspect that will be much easier for a lot of players to deal with. I'll set a separate category up for the guild. I've already been in talks with people about maybe setting up an NA version as well. I don't actually have an active NA account right now, but you know, if a couple of people want to take the reins and do the same thing under the same name, stick my name above the door if you want. I don't care. But so Team NA can play the same game, you know. If the guild is big enough, it'll have a ripple effect through the complete region. Might be a bit of an idealistic thought, though. Oh, yeah, you can always dream, right? You can always dream. You can always dream. What's applicant history? Approved, joined. All right, cool. Who's got the sweatiest item level so far? A big fan of the stream. Good on you. Fair play. I don't know why joined or approved. I don't know why that's different. But yeah, on the basis that if you need to get something done, if you're going to need to get something crafted, you can easily find somebody, which I think is quite clever. I'm hoping this all just works. You know, I'm really hoping it just works. Approved sends an invite out, maybe. Oh, yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Yeah, it might be that it sends the invite out and they have to then accept it their end. Equally, feel free to whisper anybody in the guild. Anybody in the guild can send invites as long as as long as I've set up the rank permissions correctly. Even initiates should be able to invite and have access to guild chat speak. Guild banks are very broken right now, so guild bank access is currently offline. I will endeavor to get the tabs and access to as many people as possible for the guild bank as well soon. But they are very broken at the moment. I thought they fixed guild. They might have fixed. I've not checked today, but in the last few days they've been very broken. Not being able to like withdraw gold, not being able to put things in, entire tabs of items just disappearing. Guild stuff has been very broken. Free repairs? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. That gets expensive quite quickly. What I need to be able to do, this would be really clever, is to charge a 5% tax on any orders done through the guild. That would be super clever. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, look, power's gone to my brain. I've opened up a guild, and within 5 minutes he's talking about taxing people. No, I don't know how that works. Not a clue. I'm new to this. Leave me alone. How much gold do I have right now? 5 million 60,259 and 31 copper. On this dude. Across all my characters, God only knows. You guys seem to be able to find the guild relatively easily then. I'm wondering if it's Team Alliance might have a little bit more difficulty finding it. If you're Team Alliance, you might need to... How are you going to get in if you're Team Alliance? We need a few Team Alliance players in here that can then be whispered. TSM doesn't know. My TSM numbers are broken. My TSM is busted beyond belief. Look, like my TSM graph is stupid. My TSM graph is all over the place. It claims 65 million gold. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm almost convinced that's not true. What have I put in my war bank? Does TSM even track my war bank properly yet? I don't know. I cleaned out a bunch of old accounts and dumped a bunch in the war bank. Well, I got 23 mil just floating around in the war bank. So I don't know. This is not a humble brag, but I genuinely don't think about gold anymore. Haven't done for ages. If I want to buy something, I buy it, and then I just, you know, continuously make more of it. It might be the Team Alliance. This is where I think having the guild, sorry, the Discord channel set up might be a benefit as well. Shouldn't be too surprised a Brit wants to tax everybody. Tax the rich! Let's make this into... Let's not mirror world politics. Comp Stomp Week, easy honor. Is it genuinely Comp Stomp Week? During early access? Oh god. Ha! It actually is. That's really funny. That's really funny. There's part of me says that... There's part of me... Oh. Honor's capped at 4k per character, by the way. Early access honor's limited to 4k, so no farming the PvP recipes. Are the recipes 7,500, are they? I mean, 4k is like... At least it's over halfway, though, right? If they're 7.5k each, you're at least halfway there. Honor's warbound now. So then you can theoretically trade it. You farm up 4k, trade it to another... Hang on. Hang on. Get it on multiple characters and then transfer after the pre-patch launch. Mule off 4k honor apiece to each alt. Trade. What's the trade tax on honor then? Where's PvP? Why did somebody instantly come online and then leave the guild? What a loser. Transfer. There's no tax. Oh no. 160 turned into 127. It says on the bottom of the panel 20%. Did it? Did I not read? Where? Warband transferable. Transfer currency honor. Click away the transfer. What? Oh, amount lost in transfer 20% on the tooltip. Is that even a default tooltip thing, or is that like all the things telling me that? Or another add-on that's telling me that? 20% tax on honor. So you can, in essence, generate 3.2k on each character, which will be 6.4 on 2. So you'd need 3 characters. 3 characters honor capped in... It is a default tooltip thing. Okay, cool. I mean, that's quite cool. I'm not entirely sure how much, if any, I will take advantage of that. But, you know, if you have... Before Zanzifor runs off and makes a video on this, which he's probably already doing, this could be a really good use for your remix alts. If they stroll straight out of remix, do some comp stomp, get yourself up to 4k honor per character. When the game goes live, transfer those honor to a character, buy and sell PvP recipes, win. PvP recipes, by the way, will come from other sources. For example, the war like the, what's the flipping thing that flies across and drops a thing? The war chest thing that flies along, drops a box. Those boxes can also contain recipes, I'm led to believe. So there's a few options here. Yeah, the war supply crate, that's the one. That's the words I was looking for. I'm not good with words. I'm still waiting for this coffee to kick in. Honor will reset on the 26th. Okay, we're getting conflicting info here. I don't know if these are statements or questions. How are we going to find this out? Oh, it's on a blue. Do we have links? If we have links, let's have a look. I know all about those war supply chests. Yeah, a few people do. Let's see if we can find out, shall we? Blue tracker. It's really cool that Blizzard shares info from time to time, but they really don't make it easy. Oh, player versus player. No, this is just new stuff. PvP gearing in the War Within. Early access caps. War mode gearing changes. Players will be able to continue to purchase Dragonflight items throughout early access, and we will reset the currencies on launch date, August 26th. Okay, sounds good. If you've copy pasted that from somewhere, do us a favor, share the link. I don't think YouTube will swat you if you share a link. Honor only resets between expansions. It carries overs between the seasons. Mirror flower. Here we go. Here we go. So, clarification on PvP currencies as we go into early access with the War Within. Players will continue to purchase Dragonflight items throughout the early access. We reset currencies on launch day, August 26th. Honor will continue to be earnable and will reset at the start of early access. They're going to reset Honor on the 22nd. At this time, we'll temporarily change the Honor cap to 4,000. The Honor cap will return to 15,000 on the 26th. And they're going to reset currencies on launch day. So they're going to reset the currencies twice. They're going to reset the currency for the start of early access, and they're going to reset it again at the end of early access. Oh, I can't see that. I can't see people being caught in the crossfire there in any way, shape, or form. Oh, dear. I can't see people getting caught out by that in any way. Conquest and Bloody tokens will cease being earnable at pre-season start on yesterday. And will reset with the new version on the 26th. They'll be earnable again when Season 1 begins. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, well that kind of nukes that farm up 4,000 and then save it tactic, but it's do you get do you get anything other than honor for winning comp stomp? Is farming some comp stomp for the hope of winning and getting a reward being one of the recipes in the first place? I should also point out that the recipes are also going to be gained in the same way by winning PvP. They can be drops, but they'll probably nerf it until the 22nd. No. Sometimes trying to game the system is too much like hard work, I think. Sometimes. Did I ever finish this, by the way? I did. Did I ever collect my reward? No. Let's do that real quick. See if I needed another squirrel to chase. Well, it'll definitely be interesting to find out then if during Comp Stomp we can do a little bit of it to maybe win a few and hopefully, you know, just get a couple of recipes. PvP recipes for crafting purposes are very different though in the War Within, as you need the winners medals to be able to craft them in the first place. I think this is a really nice thing for those dedicated PvP players though. PvP always really struggles to have... Why did it show up twice? It definitely didn't give me 2,000 tender, did it?
It's a good day for buying.
Well, it clearly didn't. Okay. I need 1,200 to buy both the mounts. Damn. Does anybody else feel like the trading post has dropped off? It's washed. Like there is like the quality of the stuff you seem to get from the trading post now is average at best. Says me in a flipping Murloc suit, but shush. Something every 3 months now. It's expansion launch month. You know, you'd have thought that they'd have gone to town with the trading post this month. You know, if there's going to be one... Maybe they've got something in the bag for September. Where's Soul with his early video? Surely... In fact, didn't September's get leaked? Didn't September's rewards get leaked already? Don't we know what we're getting in September? I actually don't think that the quality's dropped at all. I think they just give us too many items and not enough tender. See, I am somewhat of the belief that you should, in theory, be able... Like, I think if you are playing every month, you should be able to get everything every month. I've never liked the fact that they're like, oh, you can have some of this, but you can't have all of it, and it might come back again. Like, that real hardcore FOMO play, I'm not a fan of. I think if you are playing consistently, phono, yeah, you guys not got phones? I think the trading post should be that you can acquire enough traders tender through consistent play to purchase everything that they have for offer that month. That doesn't mean they can't bring it back again in other months. It just means that if you are consistently playing 12 months of the year, you should, by the end of the year, have had everything, right? How more dedicated of a player are you than somebody that's played consistently through all 12 months? It also means that with them rotating some stuff back in, it means that if you did take some time off from the game, which is entirely normal, by the way, that you should still get another opportunity to buy it again another month. And that's maybe where, you know, you might not necessarily be able to get everything at the game. I don't know. I'm still... I've not been a big fan of the trading post as a concept, full stop. I was convinced... And I'm going to be honest, I still am convinced that this is just buttering us up, or this is the acceptance to gaining a currency to spending it on cosmetics. This is like the this is the smoking a bit of dope before you end up snorting cocaine, right? This is kind of like this is the gateway drug to store-bought cosmetics.
Safe journeys.
And I think by putting the FOMO in there, the FOMO of the trading post kind of then only normalizes the FOMO in the actual paid for store. If you get used to FOMO, if FOMO is thrown at you from every angle, then you don't complain about it so much when you have to part money to make FOMO go away. It's all psychological warfare, and it's very cheesy. Some games, that's their business model, right? That's their business model, but they usually do that in a way to where the game is free to play in the first place. It's a kiss-curse thing. Blizzard's just having their cake and eating it. You have to buy the game, you have to buy a subscription for the game, you then have to repeatedly purchase the game at an ever-growing price every 18 months to 2 years. You then have to pay for any interim services, such as moving your characters about. You then also have bombarding FOMO from store mounts and cosmetic items and pets. Like, they are literally hitting you from every possible angle. There's no kiss. It's all curse. It's all like, give us more money, and we'll try and get away with everything. Early access. Another $40, please. What's this? Speaking of FOMO, did you see the Steel Series promotion? No. In-game mountain pets for purchasing Steel Series World of Warcraft limited edition collection. World of Warcraft limited edition collection of PC gaming peripherals and purchases will get you an in-game mount or pet reward. Celebrate 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft. Steel Series has announced a limited edition collection of accessories. Shit! $200 for the Arctic Nova 7. That's the headset, right? Is that the headset? Cute. I'm not gonna lie. It's not the worst headset I've ever seen. That's actually quite cool. What sword? What sword keycap? Oh, I'm annoyed that that actually looks quite cool. See, I need a wireless headset. This is a problem. I've been looking for a wireless headset for a while, and people keep recommending the SteelSeries 1 to me. For reference, I would only ever use this wireless headset while I'm streaming. Because my Bayer Dynamic DT990s are quite literally the best value gaming headset you can ever possibly buy. No stupid microphone, stupid cable, but incredible sound quality for like $140. But I want something wireless because this gets in my way. Wait, that keycap is $80? No. You are taking the piss. No. You cannot charge $80 for that keycap. Horde Alliance, though, clever. Wait. No way. That is outrageous. $80 for a single keycap. Steel Series, hook me up. I need a sponsorship. I ain't giving you that kind of money. That is ridiculous. And you know what's worse? You know what's worse? It's only going to glow if you put it on their keyboard. You know that, right? You know it won't glow on your keyboard. $80 for a little 3D printed keycap. Damn. Damn. This is why I need some sponsors. I'll sell out this shit all day long if I get a bunch of it for free. Come on, Steel Series, are you listening? Yeah, that should really be your Alt F4 button, shouldn't it? Yeah. Can't lie, it is quite cool though. It is pretty cool. Mouse mat. No thanks, I got myself a big old mouse mat.
Is that
Wait,
your wallet?
$40 for what?
You're just glad to see me.
Why do I
Both,
not
I
understand what
hope.
this is? Booster Pack Alliance, Booster Pack Horde, $40. Also comes with a pet. Is it just a different band and like a sticker for the outside of your headset? Unique, sorry, speaker plates sticker. Magnetic speaker plates. Transparent speaker plates easily snap and display the insignia and color motifs of the Alliance or Horde. Fits the SteelSeries Arctic Nova Pro line and the Nova 7 wireless headsets. This gives you plus 300 stamina, easy. It will glow on mine because I can make the keys light up, but still half of what my keyboard cost me. Yeah, I don't think I paid $80 for my keyboard. Never mind $80 for a single keycap. It's probably not a great mouse. $160 for a mouse! Oh my god. This thing, right? Oh no, the cable's not long enough. You ain't gonna see it. There we go. There's my $29.99 Logitech mouse. The cable's not long enough for you to be able to see it. But $160 for a mouse isn't that much. Oh, if you have that opinion, you are getting milked. You are getting milked. Squeezing all them titties. You are getting milked if you don't think $160 for a mouse is outrageous. To play World of Warcraft. I don't mind the headset though. I don't mind the headset. But truth be told, if I was going to pay $200 for a headset, 38-hour battery life? Well, that's like... That's 2 days. That's the only down... I would want a wireless headset that somehow magically recharges itself when you're not using it. That's... If I have to plug a cable in to charge the damn thing, that goes against having it as a wireless headset in my mind. It needs a docking station. Boom. Smart looking docking station. I'd pay $50 for a smart docking station. Dunk. Plug it in. That's why I want the, speaking of sellout mode, that's why I want the Logitech wireless charging mouse mat thing. What's that thing called? I'm pretty sure it's Logitech. Flipping hell, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. It's $140. For a mouse mat that charges your mouse. Doesn't even come with the mouse. This thing. $140. Just so then it charges my mouse. Squirrels everywhere. Check the new Razer keyboard. Those prices are normal now. No, you are being milked. You are absolutely being milked. I hope it at least feels good, because you are being milked. Until one of these companies gives me some free shit and tells me to promote it, you are being milked. If you want a good mechanical keyboard, buy a Keychron. They're a better build than any gaming brand, and they're only like $100. Yeah, anything with a gamer badge on it is twice the price it should be. Why I don't use gamer headsets. I don't use them. Because they sound terrible, and they're twice the price they should be. Sent you my sales pitch on Discord for the headphones I use and recommend. Oh yeah. Arctis Nova Pro wireless ones. I've seen those. Like I said, I strictly only want a wireless headset for while I'm streaming. The second I finish my stream, I'll take them off and put these back on because these are like perfect in every way, shape, or form. It's just I can't move properly with them on. They keep getting snagged on my chair. Right, okay. What's the next squirrel? What's the next squirrel? Press all these buttons. Goblins for the win. Goblins for the win. We're filling the guild up nice and fast, you know. Oh, this would not be a good time to like get a cold or something, would it? I will later today. I'm not going to faff around with this on stream because it's going to take me a bit of time. I'll make some Discord channels, separate category in the Discord channels for like general guild chat, maybe a voice channel room, so if people want to quickly jump into voice chat to, you know, fix up something, maybe get some 2x4 farming going on, whatever the case may be. I'll set up some Discordy stuff. It might also then be easier for people to get invites, especially with Alliance not being able to find the guild properly. I don't necessarily know why. Blizzard will fix it. I literally have an unbuilt keyboard in my garage. A company sent it to me for free a few years ago. I looked up the price of it, $350. An unbuilt keyboard. You know it's some serious shit when it turns up and you have to build it. Unless, of course, it's IKEA. If you got sent an IKEA keyboard, that would be funny. What's this? Hot swappable switches? Hang on. Acco? Is that how you say it? Acco keyboards? Mechanical keyboard, wireless, 2.4 gigahertz, has a full null pad for about $80. Yeah, I miss having the number pad, you know. Not that I do anywhere near as much in Excel or spreadsheety stuff as much, but I do really miss having the number pad. The reason I went for a keyboard without the numpad is because where the numpad used to be is now where my stream deck is. I have a microphone boom arm on one side of my keyboard. I have my stream deck on the other, and so it doesn't all get too wide. Is why I decided to not have the numpad, but I really, really miss not having it, if I'm honest. Any advice for early launch tactics? Level to 80 ASAP, double gathering, or engineering in cloth or inscription for Dark Moon cards. Yeah, like early access. So a lot of people have assumed that I've got some hardcore sweaty degenerate sort of 99 bullet point checklist to do. Honestly, for early access, I'm just going to level some characters. Anything else that we can do at the time is a bonus. Considering we've had so little information about exactly what we can and can't do, I'm going into early access with the mindset of well, I'm predominantly going to focus on leveling, and if I can do some profession-y stuff, I'll do it. But I'm not overly fussed about doing anything other than just leveling a few tunes. If you want to pick up a few gathering professions whilst you level, you know, it'll potentially net you a bit of gold, sure. How much do you think early access will matter for goal making? It's more, I think it'll be more game knowledge. I think that's more the advantage than anything else, but that advantage you could have obtained via the beta as well. Just knowing the lay of the land. Like, I can close my eyes and I can pretty much walk through the campaign at this point. I know where all the zones are. I know where all the vendors are. I know where all the NPCs are. I know where all of the quest hubs are. You know, that level of access, that level of knowledge is what either the beta or early access will provide players. Truth be told, though, I still think there's going to be more people who bought early access than didn't. I would probably say about 75% of the player base. 75% of the pre-orders were probably the Epic Edition. So it's actually... This is why I've kind of... Early access launch is a thing. In my mind, it's the launch. It's just the launch. Early access is the launch. There'll be a few people that trickle in 4 days later. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the launch. Create a guild community with the guild name so Alliance can find it and get invited that way. Does that work? That work? Does that work? If somebody on Alliance wants to do that, feel free. I'm hoping that Blizzard will just fix it so that, you know, considering cross-faction guilds are a thing, I'm hoping they'll just fix it. Community isn't a huge sample size, but I did a poll and it's about 50%. That's including a lot of goal makers and collectors who bought early access specifically for the goodies. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced the numbers. I am convinced more people than not bought early access. Honestly, as wild as that sounds, I'm pretty sure that is the case. It's always going to be slightly swayed though, because if you're asking a community of people, the honest answer is that anybody in any community is already, you know, 2 steps ahead of the general player base anyway. Bellula got 60% pre-orders, 40% didn't. Yeah, I think it's more did than didn't. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Sent you a link for the keyboard too. I've had Echo for years, served me well. Wireless modes, no latency. I like wireless keyboards, but I also like wireless keyboards that are not too thonky. Mostly because the last thing I want is my keyboard noise coming through the microphone. There is nothing more annoying than watching a live stream or something where all you can hear is click, 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 click through the microphone. Now, the mic I have, you know, serves well to keep out background noise like that because it's quite directional, but it's I still wouldn't want anything too thonky. I like the luxury of mechanical keyboards in terms of like the tactile feel to them. But I don't want it to go click every time I press a button. Stealth ones are... I'm sure there's a type of switch that you're meant to use. I can't remember. NVIDIA Broadcast solves all background sound issues for basically all mics. Yeah, I've used NVIDIA Broadcast. I've used it for green screen and background blur and stuff like that before. It's just another thing running on your computer at the same time. But yeah, you are right. Their background noise removal thing is actually pretty special. Note, Manthius. Can we not have my name in the note? Because that's not me. That's probably going to be the only rule. Probably going to be the only rule. If you claim to be me, no, stop it. Got a new mouse today. Maybe it was a critical error trying to get my hand adjusted to it during launch. Ooh, yeah, hand cramps. Nobody wants those. Nobody wants hand cramps. Gotta keep those fingers nimble for the early access, you know. Have we got any? I'm rambling. Have we got any Q&A about the new expansion? Any last minute profession questions? I'm really sweating out and just completely. I did start the stream today by claiming that I didn't really have any plans, so I'm just going to shamelessly sell out the guild and chat to you guys. Do I have a community group in game? I've not got one that I've ever maintained. Mostly because, well, Discord's a thing, you know. But I clearly should do something. Now we've got the guild. The guild is the ultimate thing I would prefer people to join, and technically anybody that plays in Team EU can join it. So I'm not that inclined to set up a community alongside it. It doesn't seem necessary. Are there any new rare drop toys and transmogs that we should camp? A little bit unsure of that sort of stuff because I've not really even looked at the loot tables for the rares yet. But I'm quite sure there will be something. There nearly always is. I've just not stumbled across it myself personally. Have you brought over your remix characters to the real world and set them up? Well, luckily most of them are hunters. Setting up keybinds and stuff I haven't done, no. But I logged Ranthius in, and Ranthius instantly was just in Orgrimmar, so I'm kind of hoping that that's the same for the others. I was only letting you know that I wasn't a random. Oh, okay, sure. That's fine. What's the leveling time for 70 to 80 for beginners? My recommendation when it comes to leveling, if you're looking at a time frame, you can do this much faster. It is entirely possible to do this much faster, but I usually recommend assign about an hour per level. Some levels you're going to do really quickly because you'll hand in a bunch of quests. Some levels you'll blast through, some levels will take you a little bit longer. The campaign, if you do pretty much nothing but the campaign, you'll get to about level 77, 78. So you want to kind of dabble a little bit with a few of the side quests. Feel free to do a few delves and stuff on your path to 80. But I usually tell people that you can quite comfortably assign about an hour per level for your first character. Especially on the basis that most people won't have played on the beta, they won't have done it before. You won't necessarily where you need to go to do everything. About an hour per level is roughly fair. But it is much faster. You can do it much faster. There are people out there already that are getting like 4 or 5 hours to level. But, you know, that's kind of in maxi. My hands are trying to sabotage the War Within launch. 2 days ago, I smacked my right hand into a bookshelf and I have a gnarly gnash on it. Yesterday, I sliced off the tip of your left thumb on... Ow! Just stop touching things. That sounds painful. They will. Do all remix characters just get insta-ported to Orgrimmar? If that's the case, then we should be good. How long does it take to get to max level if I'm using Zygor? Good question. I've not tested Zygor for actually leveling in the War Within. But to my understanding, 20% off with code Manthe, by the way. To my understanding, Zygor will be fully functioning from early access. And if you just follow the arrow, you'll monotonously get yourself to level 80 with as minimum effort as possible. Holden got about 2 hours for 70 to 80. Yeah, but you see, this is the difference, right? He's an absolute wizard at leveling. This is the thing. Most people are not a wizard. I'm quite sure you can blast your way to level 80 super fast. I would also point out that there's been a couple of scumbaggy ways of super duper mega leveling on the beta in the last few weeks, not of which I think are particularly falling under the category of exploits, but there is some outrageous cheese out there if you dig. If you are going to go the outrageous cheese route for leveling characters, just be aware that, you know, stuff like that is often very frowned upon, not only by Blizzard, but also the player base. Holden says that paid leveling add-ons are actually against TOS. Do you know if it's true? I mean, the TOS is what is the TOS is what it states, that you are not allowed to pay. You are not allowed to charge for an add-on. The wording is very deliberate there, though. You are not allowed to charge for an add-on, but Zygor kind of circumvents the rules a little bit. It kind of weaves its way around them. Zygor is completely fine to use because they offer the add-on for free. When you buy Zygor, what you're actually getting is the desktop application that provides you more data for said add-on. It's a loophole. It's a loophole. But Zygor's been around literally forever. TSM sort of does the same sort of thing in terms of the fact that, you know, you can have TSM premium. Yeah, Zygor has literally been around forever. Blizzard straight up gives zero shits about Zygor or any of the other equivalents. I know that there's a bunch of them out there. You mean certain scenario farming? Oh, there's a bunch of sweaty things. Like even there was Dragonflight zones with Dragonflight zones and using Chromie time, and like there's a whole bunch of weird and wacky things that are out there for super fast leveling. My recommendation to most is ignore it. Just, you know, play through the campaign, slowly get your first character to 80. There's a cool little buff actually once you ding level 80 for the first time. Every time you get a character to 80, and this is why you actually want to focus on leveling one character at a time. If you are the kind of person that kind of like nudges up a bunch of characters all at the same time, that's actually quite inoptimal for doing now. You want to get one character to level 80 first, and for every character you get to level 80, you get a 5% XP buff for the rest of your account. So you do actually want to ding 80 on a character to get that 5% buff. It only stacks to 25%, so your first 5 characters will give you, each one will give you a 5% buff to your account. After your first 5 characters, level however the hell you want, but by that point you already know what you're doing, so. Rested XP does the same sort of thing. The add-on is free, but then you have to pay for the guides that is, yeah, that say in it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's most do something very similar. Where can I find the Golem guide? Tried opening the Patreon, but couldn't find it there. It's in the Discord, my friend. All of the perks and rewards and stuff are in the Discord. Truth be told, I basically just used Patreon as the payment platform. It syncs and gives you all of the roles over in Discord. Yeah, I mean, TSM has a paid tier. Their premium access, rested experience, Zygor. There's a bunch of them out there. What's my plan for the first few days? I genuinely don't have much of a plan. I genuinely don't. Like, honestly, I have spent so much time and effort, like, in the beta just figuring stuff out, that People have been like, where's your cheat sheet? Where's your TSM groups? This sort of stuff. The honest answer is I haven't got that far yet. The stuff I tend to publicly share is the stuff that I've made for myself, and then I polish it and make it look neat and tidy, and then I you know, then I let it out to the masses. I haven't made a TSM. I haven't made TSM groups. I haven't made like a cheat sheet or anything yet, which is why they're not here. Which in essence is getting around to the point that I haven't really got much of a plan. Part of me kind of wants to leave it relatively open. Sometimes if you plan too much, you pigeonhole yourself into a route, a direction. And honestly, at the beginning of an expansion, we don't know how things are going to play out. I've got lots of alts, yes. Have I assigned them all professions? No. This is also kind of half the luxury of having that alt army, is that it provides you flexibility. I haven't gone the approach of assigning everybody very strict professions yet, because if something turns up that ends up being massively overpowered and needs 10 alts, then boom, we can quickly react to it, you know? That's kind of the approach I've taken. Maybe it's an excuse for not preparing enough, I'm not sure, but are you planning to use TSM at launch? If yes, can you share your setup over Patreon? But I mean, I will use it. I have absolutely zero setup right now. I usually hack it together in the first couple of weeks so that it just does what I need it to do. And then, like I said, before I share it out to others, I polish it up and make it presentable, and then it goes out. This war within approach is so much healthier. Yeah, sometimes min-maxing is stressful. I'm going to be honest, it felt like a couple of days ago I was getting kind of like that adrenaline dump kind of feel. And that was an indication to me that I'm trying far too hard. And so I calmed down, I relaxed a little bit. I've technically, one thing that helped is that I've actually got my final, well, I haven't done cooking, but I've got my final leveling guide done. I don't know how, so I've currently got, I've shared these out with people on Discord, by the way, and people who have already got the guide. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 leveling guides that are still not public on the YouTube channel, which in essence means day 1 or tomorrow. What day? It's Wednesday, isn't it? I might make them public later today, give people some time to plan before the expansion goes live. I basically have a 1 to 100 leveling guide that I'm happy with. This was the important thing to me, that I'm happy with. I wasn't happy with my leveling guides in Dragonflight because I couldn't give people the answers that they wanted. Everybody in Dragonflight wanted to know 1 to 50 was easy. Everybody wanted to know how to get from 50 to 100, and I wasn't able with my guides last expansion to give everybody that info, mostly because the info wasn't there, mostly because flipping 50 to 100 with your professions in Dragonflight was gross. This time round, I'm happy with the leveling guides. I have a solution for every profession to get to 100. In fact, more than that, I have multiple solutions. So those will go live later today. And once I got the last one done, I was like, right, I'm happy now. I'm ready to go play the game. All of the info is already, it's already in here. If you go to any of the profession leveling guides now, except herbalism. So the videos are all there. They're not public right now, but they're all there. All of the different professions. 1 to 50 leveling, the materials needed to do 1 to 50 leveling, and then usually 3 or 4 different ways you can progress your way to skill 100. How many pages related to fishing? Let's not go there. Fishing is still in a shit. Fishing's a shit show. Can I level engineering without mining and the new scrap mechanic? Leveling engineering is entirely based on the discovery system. It was actually probably the hardest video to make, engineering, because there isn't a direct path to 100. You get to about skill 40 in engineering, and then you just have to find new stuff, and then you have to craft stuff. You are going to need pile of rusted scrap times a lot. So there's that. Engineering is a bit of a beast. Sure is. Fishing is balked until you get the weaver line and a decent rod. Yes.
Let's make sweet
Interestingly,
profit together.
because fishing requires what is it? Like, you need the tool, don't you, for fishing? You need your proper rod, and then you need weaver line for the rod. You need 400 artisan security to get up and running properly with fishing, which is 400 artisan security that you're then not spending on your main professions, which is going to be quite funny. People are going to have to put fishing on an alt that's not planning on doing anything else, which is really weird. So odd. Desnato. I totally butchered that name, but thank you very much for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Welcome in. But yes, once I finally got my leveling guides done, I was able to like go, and now I can relax. Now I'm ready. I've done everything I wanted to do for the purpose of the launch. And now we're mostly ready to just play and have fun. That's the plan. Am I going to do any gathering? Some. Without question, I'll do some gathering. I will probably not be that min-maxy with my gathering, but I will definitely be doing some. Some because, well, let me put it this way. The only thing I have semi-planned, and it's not really that much of a plan, is that a bunch of my remix characters are going to be my Season 1 characters. So my 3 mains, Manthe, Off-Brander, and Mantheus, these 3 characters are my long-time, forever characters. These, I'm probably not actually going to play these all that much in Season 1, because they've both got 2 professions each. I'd have to like focus on one and not the other. And due to the fact that we've just stumbled out a remix with a bunch of alts, what I'm actually going to do is have a hunter army of level 70s. Ranthius being one of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These 8 level 70 fresh out of remix hunters. They're each going to get assigned 1 profession, and we'll do what we can on that 1 profession. We'll pick a spec route that seems interesting for each one of those professions. And so they'll each be assigned 1. The requirement to level them is going to be basically non-existent, and well, we'll just go with that route. We'll do what we can with 1 profession on 1 character. Later on in the I will level these, and I will keep their professions ticking over so that they're keeping up with knowledge points. And then I'll probably switch back to these in like Season 2, I reckon. But I'm not hyper focused on just playing like 1 or 2 characters this time. I'm gonna spread my wings a little bit more. It might be a decision that I lead to regret, because it could end up being a lot of hard work, but we'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. Would you say herbalism will do better because of flasks than mining? I'd probably, it's difficult. It's difficult because whilst alchemy is going to consume an ungodly amount of herbs, mining is going to be consumed very heavily by blacksmithing, jewel crafting. Like, it's not that mining isn't going to have as big of a customer base, but I think from what I've seen with alchemy, with the restriction on making quality 3 stuff, for quite some time. I think the demand for herbs could be a little ridiculous the first few weeks. More so than I think with mining, but it's all guesswork. It honestly is. Did we have any changes on professions with the last builds? Subtle stuff. Not anything game-breaking, though. Only subtle stuff. It was mostly bug fixes. Nothing dramatic changed. I'm going to pick inscription because I can make the knowledge books for myself. Save the tip for across 65 toons weekly. Well, one scribe that has access to all of the books will definitely save you a bunch. Alternatively, you could always throw in some guild orders. You know, always thinking. Of course, you want to join the guild. Guild finder post expires in 2 days. Can we refresh that? Need something crafted or a master crafter looking for work. No refunds. Could be your next home. Living wage for all crafters. Nothing but the best quality crafts. God, I'm such a sellout. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Looking for everything. Predominantly English. Go. Hey! 29 days. With the hidden skill bonus gone, are the profession racials still overpowered? They were usually used in Dragonflight in combination with the hidden skill bonus for various recipes. I spoke about this a little bit earlier. Under most circumstances, I would love to tell you that they completely 100% don't matter, but they do still matter sometimes in small ways. The goblins and the Colterans out there are going to have a little bit of an advantage with alchemy. Hey, what's going on here? We're getting achievements. Hello? Guild achievements? Somebody's just got Shadowmourne in the guild. GG, grats. That's quite funny. Yeah, alchemists, there's going to be a subtle advantage via the thaumaturgy system to have the right racial. I've not looked into them all in great detail. Yeah. Thaumaturgy's been buffed. You get about 10 mats per 20 dismantled now, up from 4 to 6. I did notice that, actually, yeah. I did notice that. That should mean that the maths is a little bit easier. If one material is, like, over twice the price of another, for example, it keeps the maths a little bit easier. I've actually, the only area of preparation that I really haven't prepared for anywhere near my normal standard is things like that. Is things like disenchanting rates, milling rates, prospecting rates, thaumaturgy rate, like all of that sort of mathy stuff that you usually slap in a big spreadsheet. That's all the stuff I haven't actually done nearly any of this expansion. Usually I keep up to date with prospecting because I main jewel crafting, but haven't even done that particularly, which I don't know. Will I regret? I don't know. Putting your faith in craft sim. Well, I'll likely be putting some faith in craft sim, yes. But it's also one of those that I have a rough idea in my head anyway. I have a basic enough foundation from just playing with the professions enough to be able to get a good feel for it. And the honest answer is that there'll be plenty of time to do this once the game goes live anyway. I can build out my data set over time if needed. Can you elaborate on needing a fishing alt? Oh, it's mostly because you are going to want to throw artisan security at fishing. You need 300 for your fishing rod, and you need a further 100 for the fancy weaver line on it. So you basically need 400 artisans acuity to put towards fishing. And the issue many players will have is they will want to put that artisan's acuity towards their main professions until they're at least, finished. Meaning if you want to do fishing properly, you probably need to do it on an alt. Does fishing give any acuity? No. See, that's also the downside, right? You don't gain any via fishing in itself. So you probably want to put fishing on like an alt, just go do some... Yeah, a deep profession shuffle to get artisan acuity for fishing. Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous, but... My guild has been giving out the diplomacy achievement about 5 times an hour for the last couple of days, has it really? Yeah. I focus on one toon for the War Within. Any recommendations for what professions I should go with for goal making? Any that suit that character. My one piece of advice is be greedy first. You want to pick professions that are going to directly benefit that character first. If you're playing on one toon and you're focused on playing on one toon, you want professions that benefit you in some way for whatever it is you're doing. If you're raiding, you want professions that work well with raiding. Alchemy is a prime example of this. Alchemy is going to give you the advantage of... Alchemy will give you the advantage of like free flasks and potions, longer duration on them, things that directly benefit your path of play. Be greedy with your professions first. Use professions that benefit you. And then if you keep up with them and you are focused on one character, you can always use those professions to sell anything spare to other people. So... don't pick, if you're only focusing on one player, don't pick your professions for their goal making. Pick them for their utility and be greedy first. Are you going to need a crafting gear, a disenchanting character? Disenchanting is, I know I slapped Enchanting pretty heavily in my tier list, which triggered a few people. But Enchanting always has the ability to be very, 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 very lucrative in Season 1, but it drops off like a rock for most people. Mostly because most enchants end up being just too cheap and too easy to mass produce to really generate much of a profit from them. Plus, the competition on enchants usually gets absolutely ridiculous. But that shouldn't take away the fact that they could be an absolute powerhouse in Season 1. The disenchanting tree in the enchanting profession, 1, requires you to spend a lot of points. 2, requires you to, early days, choose a material to focus on. I think it's like 30 points in each node, and you have to basically choose, do you want more dust, do you want more shards, or do you want more crystals? And you're not going to have enough points quick enough to have all of them, probably. So yes, you are definitely going to want to have a more disenchanting focused character. Enchanting also has the difference that you have no way to convert up the quality of materials with enchanting. I'm almost convinced Blizzard might do something about this, because I don't think people quite yet realize how expensive rank 3 enchants might be. I can only speculate clearly at this point, but there's a strong chance that rank 3 enchants are going to be mental expensive. And it might push a lot of the player base to just go, well, you know what? I can only afford the quality 2. Because even once you are tippity top, best in slot, disenchant spec enchanter, you are still only getting quality 3 disenchanting items, materials, about 20% of the time. Which is going to do two things. It's going to produce a huge amount of what will be considered waste. But in terms of crystals, which we always know at the beginning of an expansion, crystals are super duper mega rare because there's no epic gear to disenchant, right? Nobody's disenchanting epic gear. Everybody's putting it on. Nobody's disenchanting it particularly. Even when we do start to see a steady flow of disenchanting stuff, you might have to disenchant 5 pieces of epic gear just to get 1 quality 3 epic crystal. And then when you need 2 quality 3 epic crystals to make an quality 3 weapon enchant, can you start to see where the price might get a little bit ridiculous? The only thing that's going to be a bit of a saving grace is that you'll be able to take quality 2 materials and use a metric boatload of concentration to make 1 quality 3 enchant. That's what players are probably going to do for themselves, right? This is where concentration comes in clutch. Do I have... do we have the ability to at least try and showcase this? Let me grab a drink whilst this loads. Hang on. So this dude, if I remember correctly, is my tippity top min-maxed this enchanter fella. Everything min-maxaroo need. The only thing I haven't done is got the tools on here. But when you are disenchanting, let me see if I can get like. Let me go put these in the bank real quick. It could end up being quite a viable thing for... This is why I was mentioning earlier, if you're only playing like one character, what profession should you pick? Pick something that's going to benefit you directly. If you are often looking at purchasing, enchants for your character, being an enchanter will mean that you can craft some of them for yourself at a significant discount, which is then, a tangible benefit to being an enchanter, for example. Actually, let me try and do this by actual numbers. That's 10, 20, 30. Fill all the gaps. I can't fill all the gaps. Right, is that 50? That's 50. Let's disenchant all of these. I just want to showcase to you, even when you're disenchanting epic gear, which you may not have access to straight away. Quality 2, see? I also clearly need auto loot on. This isn't going to be the largest or best sample size, but it should go to showcase just what your chances are of getting materials out of this. Ten is barely mathematical, so let's keep going. It is interesting to me as well that you're getting the elemental items out of disenchanting as well, which was a recent addition, by the way. That wasn't always a thing. But this is just showcasing the fact that even once you are min-maxed with enchanting, you're not guaranteed quality 3 crystals. And when you still need guaranteed quality 3 crystals, if you are going to guarantee quality 3 enchants, even once you've min-maxed, even once you are no longer needing concentration to mass produce them, your cost to mass produce them is going to be astounding. I'm thinking about having it on alts that actually do delves and focus then on disenchanting. I don't want the distraction of gathering on the alts. Enchanting would enable me to get something from delves, etc. that I expect to have epics as loot from. Yeah, probably not a terrible idea. You are mostly, but because it's often impossible to craft epic gear in Season 1. At least at any reasonable cost, anyway. The leveling gear, for example, is all blue. So that's going to give you shards, not crystals. The characters that you play on a bunch are naturally going to be good candidates to be sort of disenchant spec'd on. That's a nice little passive income. Can you please help push the following standardization? Please refer to the quality of materials that max out as quality 3 as quality, so Q1 to 3, and the quality of gear as ranks 1 to 5. No, that's what? No, because that's not standard, is it? The definition of standardization is making it the same for everything. Quality 1 to 3 or quality 1 to 5. It's a quality rating. It's like, yeah, I know what you mean though. I'm being pedantic, but I know what you mean. In terms of understanding, it's easier if you call them something different. But so anyway, 50 pieces of epic gear disenchanted, 8 crystals at rank 3. If I wanted to then open enchanting, and I wanted to make a weapon enchant at rank 3, for example, using top quality materials, I need 2 just to make 1 weapon enchant. Now, if I had my tools in order, I'd be able to guarantee these at rank 3. On the beta, I don't have the tools. But as you can see, even disenchanting a whole bunch of shit, I'd still technically only be able to make 4 top tier enchants out of these 8 crystals. But if you're just using enchanting for yourself and you're being greedy and you're making enchants for you, not trying to sell them, that's when you can start to cheap out. You can easily start to cheap out. You can use some of the cheaper stuff that's not going to be so readily available, and just use your concentration instead. You might only be able to make 1 a day, but how often are you going to need to replace your weapon enchant, you know? This is why the professions are really cool. This is why this concentration mechanic is very clever. If you take professions and be greedy first, they'll benefit you all day long. This is what they've been really clever about implementing now, that the professions that you take on your characters will be a tangible benefit for you. I can take the cheap route. I can buy much cheaper materials. I can use some of this sort of overflow stuff. I can use the cheaper stuff. I could even, you know, if I'm going to use concentration and I'm making it for myself, put the cheapest shit in here. As long as you're guaranteeing it at least quality 2, use your concentration, make it at quality 3. You only need to make 1 for yourself anyway. It's only for when you're trying to industrialize and when you're trying to, like, mass produce stuff that you're going to have to rely, and you're going to consistently need to be purchasing quality 3 materials to industrialize and to monopolize your markets. So it kind of creates that divide between, you know, oh, you want to do goblin shit? Well, then you can go do goblin shit over here. Oh, you just want to pick up the professions to make a few things for yourself? Sure, you can do that with very little effort, without much need for fancy materials. It creates that kind of divide between, which is, I think, good for the overall player base. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. Concentration per character bound or warband bound? Per profession. Your concentration bar is per profession. Per profession, per character. It's not shared anywhere. Entirely personal to that character, and so you'll have 1,000 concentration here on Enchanting. If you had a second profession, you'll have another concentration bar for that. The new version of Insight in the War Within, not in its same form. You don't use Artisan Security for it. You can use finishing reagents, and there's these things called Artisan's Authenticities, Apprentice, Enter Gold Reviews, Unraveled Instructions, and Artisan's Consortium Seal of Approval. These are patron order rewards. The first 3 are actually bind on equip. You'll buy these on the auction house if you want them. 5, 10, or 20 skill boosts. Buy these on the auction house. The epic one is bind on pickup, but they come from crafting orders. When you fill your patron orders, the reward sometimes, you can see there you go, look, apprentice crafting license, stack of pentagon reviews. Some of the patron order reviews will get these, or buy them off the auction house if the price is right. Last stream before the War Within, I don't think I can actually play the game at all. Too many Thorum widgets to craft. Oh, God. I did my engineering leveling guide last night, and the amount of scrap you need to fully level engineering is actually disgusting. And that's before you even craft anything. I more and more understand why people have been squirreling away past expansion materials, even ignoring the mount crafting potential. Squirreling away those old materials to make scrap at least somewhat. I did some rough napkin maths yesterday, and I can convert 1,000 bismuth into about 75 scrap, which is like nothing. Now, obviously, that was with like no resourcefulness, no multi-craft, not really much skill. But like the point still stands is that if you're using the War Within materials to generate scrap, God, it's going to get expensive fast. You're saying I won't regret a full guild bank worth of old world pilfering targets? Probably not, no. The tailoring bag for engineering will help a lot with scrap. It gives you 1 more scrap per thing, doesn't it? Isn't that what the tailoring bag does? I can't remember. There's part of me that spent way too much time playing with the professions, yet at the exact same time, I still don't feel as if I know half the stuff there is to know. Tailoring. Excavators, that's mining. Ignition satchel, that's blacksmithing. Prodigy's toolbox, that sounds engineering. Increases the yield of scrap from most sources by 1. That'll add up. The difference is, though, is engineering is one of those where I don't really know how much stuff you're going to be crafting and actively selling. It's one of those, like, be greedy professions, you know? Pick it for yourself, harvest it for all of its utility. If you craft a few things and sell a few things, then GG. But, you know, the fact that engineering doesn't have, like, weapon scopes or anything this time, I'm not sure where engineers make their bread, if I'm honest. I think this is why in my tier list I called it a one-trick pony. Like, it has the mount, right? The mount. Outside of doing shenanigans to make the mount, I'm not too sure what else it really has to offer. Combat res consumables, the potion bombs. Yeah, there's a few little odds and ends. I don't know how popular those bombs are going to be, you know. I think they're too much like hard work. Repair bots are bind on pickup. I'm not totally convinced. Where is it? So you've got the repair bot, which these are bind on pickup, so you're not selling them. Pausing pylon's an interesting one. Not sure how much use we will see with this, but deploy a pausing pylon that will disrupt the natural metabolic process of players standing nearby, halting the expiration of flasks, vials, and well-fed effects. Pylon is extremely fragile and will detonate in the presence of violence. 5-minute cooldown. These are interesting. If your entire guild needs to go AFK for 20 minutes for a break, then you drop down a pausing pylon. And then at least it means all of your buffs don't run out. An expensive solution to just logging out. Well, yeah. This is also the thing, right? It's kind of like, it's interesting all the same. Potion bombs are cool, but I wish the engineering mount was like Sky Golem for mining. Yeah, that would have if it did something cool. If it did something cool, it would be better, wouldn't it? It looks cool. It looks cool until people realize there's a very easy recolor that you can get, which might have some detrimental effects on the price of this bad boy. It looks cool until you realize it's just a recolor of another easy to get one. But yeah, I kind of wish it did do something cool, because it struggles to justify its price. Why isn't it the Sky Golem for mining? That's the best idea I've heard in days. Yeah. It seems it's the Sky Golem skeleton. It's the exact same mount. It's just a reskit. It should absolutely. The Sky Golem does herbs. Proud Pummeler does mining. There'd be an argument to say, why does mining get a 40k mount? Sorry, why does herbalism get a 40k mount and mining gets a 3.1 million gold mount? But it should at least do something cool, I think. It's this type of thing they could easily retrofit to it, though. Inflation, yeah. Some inflation. 45k from, when was it, Mr. Pandaria? 45k up to 3.1 mil. Boy, that's definitely inflation, that, isn't it? For sure. I mean, I could always poke Blizzard and tell them to do it. As it is, the mount is a bit boring. Never pay more than 100k for a mount. I mean, I've seen people pay gold cap for mounts, so... And I'd equally be willing to pay for gold cap for a certain mount or two. What mount should be able to skin then? Oh, that's a good question. Is there a cool mount in the game that would then be thematic enough for skinning? You'd want some cat mount with big claw. Zullian Tiger. That should then be the skinning mount. Yes. As if there wasn't already a reason to gold cap it. Yes. Looks like you can get your own Bruto now. Oh no, don't link me that fucking tweet. If that's who I think it is, if that's the tweet I think it is, I think I've got them blocked. That's the tweet I think it is, I'm quite sure I've got them blocked. No! That's not the tweet I thought it was. That is outrageous. That is actually outrageous. That's one of those take all my money situations. Crocheted Mighty Caravan Brutosaur. Saddle was modelled by me, printed on a 3D printer and painted with acrylic by hand. 26 by 35 centimeters. Yeah, I want one. I want one. Take all my money. Ha! Even World of Warcraft commented on it. Oh, I want one. Take all my money. I genuinely might DM them and see if they would be willing to make one and sell it to me. Because I would actually pay good money for that. Oh, they seem to do a load of shit. Hang on. Hang on. I'm cautious about randomly browsing this sort of I quite literally might DM them and see if they want to sell that. I would literally I mean I'd put up a GoFundMe to pay big money for that. That's very cool. Space behind you needs that. I was thinking about doing something on this wall because yes, you're right. This back wall, the background of mine is apart from the cool dogs occasionally that stroll past, my background is incredibly boring. And I get told off every day the fact the TV's not on. I'm not burning out my nice OLED TV just to have subscribe to Manthias wrote on it. I kind of want something on this back wall, and I haven't decided. I was looking about maybe getting my logo, this thing, made in like neon and up on the wall maybe. GoFundMe. Put the Windows 95 screensaver on it. I could do, yeah. The DVD bounce. That's what I should put on the TV, you know? The DVD bounce. I mean, I could green screen whatever the hell I wanted, sure, but I'd, you know, if nothing else, maybe some shelves or something up there, and we could try and find some cool stuff like this to put on it. Just a pile of gold on the floor. No, that's my baby. That's my dog. She's my pile of gold. She is alive, honestly. Chat will go wild when it hits the corner. DVD bounce isn't very good. It doesn't activate all the pixels. Oh, if you put some psychedelic background to it, maybe it would. When does the Manthias gold chain get made? Big, bold, huge mother clucker. That would be quite cool. Yeah, with a big M. Massive gold blinged out M. I've done all right in the last couple of weeks on my Patreon. I don't think I'm quite at the point where I can drop 6 figures on a gold chain, though. Not quite yet. Not quite. Soon, TM. Skinning mount could be the Sky Golem as well. Just with a big hoover over one arm. Just joink the leather off the animal. I'd, the customizable delve mount got me thinking, you know. I think that Blizzard missed a trick. I think they missed a trick with this thing. This should have been customizable, and it should have been exactly that. You should have made the base version. They could have made the base version of this mount significantly cheaper to build. Then you could have had an entire subcategory of engineering where you literally do that. It's a customizable mount. They've clearly built the technology. They've done it for delves. Why can't you take the crowd pummeler and you could put a skinning arm on it? You could put a herbalism arm on it. You could put like a mining satchel on the back of it. You know, you could customize it very easily, and then engineers would have a bunch of things all around this to do some goblin stuff with. They really have missed a trick. They've clearly taken the customizable mount route and gone, well, we'll put it in delves because then everybody gets it. Slap an auctioneer on it, a mailbox add-on on it. Yeah, they could have really gone to town with the creativity. Instead, they gave us a reskin of a Sky Golem that doesn't do anything fancy and charges 3 million for it. It's had so much potential. Snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Any spreadsheets with the Patreon stuff? Not yet. Not yet. There probably will be at some point. Soon as I feel the need to fully build out. I mean, I share the stuff that I use day to day. I don't have a spreadsheet for the War Within, so I've got nothing to share. Skinning mount makes no sense, though. Kill a mob, get on a mount, skin it. But no, just, you know, what did we have? Like the looter rank, for example. It could be that you AoE down a bunch of things, you mount up, and then your mount just goes and it skins like 2 or 3 things at a time. It could be a more optimal way to do the skinning, for example. And then once you've skinned stuff, you fly off. You could make it work. You could make it work. Get a fancy commission painting of you as a goblin in royal clothing, like an actual painting. That would be quite cool, actually. The thumbnail I use on YouTube for the live streams was actually a guy drew that for me and sent it to me. Looterang in WoD was amazing, then Prepatch hit and had it limited to Draenor. Wasn't there, what was it, like Mother's Skinning Knife or something? Wasn't there something that did like AoE skinning at some point? It got nuked. I can't remember. There was definitely something. But yeah, I really think there could have been more to this. I'm really disappointed they made the Delve mount the customizable one that doesn't do anything funky. Like, this is also what I don't understand. Like, why did they make a Delve mount that you can customize, but the only thing you can customize is the look of it? I get that, like, cosmetic. But people like cosmetic, but they don't chase cosmetic. Players are if you could make the Delve mount do something else cool, you bet your ass people would live in Delves until they got it. Art team's the only one left. The rest have been gutted. Oh dear. Oh dear. There won't be many engineers making that mount for 3.1 mil and even less customers. The market in this isn't actually making the mount and selling the mount. You are taking a monster of a risk actually combining these into mounts and trying to sell them. What you are, for 2 reasons. One, you're putting all of your eggs in one basket that can't be undone. Secondly, if you convert all of the materials into a mount to then sell it, you can only sell that mount on your one realm that you are on. Obviously, you can shuffle it around to other realms if it doesn't sell, but you are dramatically reducing your chances of selling it. you are unequivocally much better selling the components. Because the components are sold on the region-wide auction house and can eventually be purchased by somebody to make the mount. You like, if you actually craft and sell the mount, you're taking a big risk. A big risk. Because there's no undo button. You can't take them out and then turn it back into the components. It's kind of the same with a lot of crafting. And the bigger the ticket price for the crafted item, the bigger the risk you're taking. I'll craft them out, but only to order. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty risky putting the components together and then trying to sell the actual thing. The only way you'd do that is if you are manufacturing the components as well, and you are supplementing the sales of these components by building one or two and selling them as well. But by that point, you would have to be, you'd have to have a production factory going on of these things to make that really worthwhile. Might make one for myself and be done with it. There's part of me that wants to get this day one, just for, like, you know, the stupidity of flying around on it on stream. Something to waste the gold on, you know. Be happy that Blizzard has fixed out how to remove Engineering 1 from the tooltips. Let's take some baby steps. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's true. They've done that quite well, actually. They've removed a lot of the you must be an engineer to use this thing. The flip side of that, though, is they've put these bind on... people are going to... Like, what I can guarantee it now. I can guarantee it now, because nearly everything you craft and sell with engineering has pile of rusted scrap on it, which is bind on pickup. And nobody going to be able to use TSM with engineering. Nobody is going to be able to use TSM, because TSM will not have a crafting price for anything. Literally nothing. TSM isn't going to give you a crafting price until you go and put a manual price on this yourself. So people are going to have to come up. This is like BFA all over again. BFA all over again. People are going to have to assign a price to a bind-on pickup material to be able to get crafting costs for anything. Will TSM work for other professions? I've spent all morning importing and formulating. TSM is undergoing some pretty sizable changes behind the scenes. TSM is more likely to work more effectively in in The War Within than it did in Dragonflight. There was way too many variables, for example, in Dragonflight. Trying to calculate inspiration procs and stuff into your crafting prices was basically impossible in TSM. In The War Within, there'll basically be two prices. There'll be the price of guaranteed quality 3, X, Y, or Z. There'll be then the price of using quality 2 and concentration to make quality 3. It'll be a little bit more easy to manage with TSM. I still don't think you'll be crafting en masse with TSM. You will still probably... Because, for starters, you're still going to need to use your brain. You're going to need to use your brain to what materials you put in, what quality you put in, whether you're using concentration. Are you going to switch around your tools, for example? If you're crafting something that can benefit from multi-craft, you want your multi-craft tool on. You don't want to have your multi-craft tool on when you're crafting something that doesn't benefit from multi-craft. So you're going to have to do some switcheroonies. So when it comes to actually hardcore crafting, you are still going to be better off doing it with your brain. There'll be add-ons like Craft Sim that will guide you in the right direction, but it won't kind of like tell you craft this sort of thing. The auction house side of things, though, TSM is still an absolute monster of a powerhouse. TSM is still unrivaled, in my opinion, for the auction house side of stuff. I'd like to join your Patreon and keep track of the best goal making guides. Good to hear. Good to hear. If I join the Patreon, $13 a month, do I get access to it all? Well, obviously there's the Discord side of stuff and the private Discord channels and the likes, but realistically, I guess you're after this more than anything else. This is about as ready as it's ever going to be for pre-launch. You name a crafting profession, and I've got a lot of detail in there. I personally think it's the best value proposition out there by a mile. But I'm biased. You decide. You decide. Jump into the Discord and just ask a few orange names. Anybody with an orange name in Discord, or anybody that has Gold Goblin status in Discord, feel free to ask them. Like, go get. Don't take my opinion because I'm biased. But download some RAM, use some brain power. Yeah, that's it. Download some RAM. Get your internet speed ups. Archaeology guide when? Yeah, soon. Soon. What professions are the best for crafting, do you think? Best is a difficult one to assign. I would recommend checking out my my tier list I did a couple of days ago. Because that not only will give you my opinion on each profession, it somewhat at least ranks them, so. Really waiting for somebody to ask how I download RAM these days. Double your internet speed with these 7 definitely not dodgy pieces of software. Absolutely. Gold Goblin status gives TSM formulas for the War Within. No, not. Well, it will eventually, but it doesn't now. It doesn't now. No spreadsheets, no TSM info for the War Within yet. If you are looking, if you're poking around, the main Patreon, my main Patreon page has the 3 tiers and does actually define everything you either do or do not get. But I'm at risk of turning this into a self-promo stream, so let's move on. Speculate a little bit. When is it better to level up professions? Early access, the first couple of days, first weekend, or first reset? That's quite a good question, you know. The earlier you level stuff up, the greater the chance you have of selling stuff before the market prices have kind of stabilized. It takes a few days for markets to sort of find their feet, right? So even crafting materials, they tend to be very spiky in prices the first few days. If you level up your professions on day 1, it's probably going to be really expensive. But it also means you then might have a couple of days to take advantage whilst the prices are just ludicrous and all over the place. If you wait a couple of days for the prices of materials to stabilize, it might be a little bit cheaper for you to level up your professions, but then everybody else might have hoovered up all of the early free gold. So it's kind of up to you when you do it, really. Tailoring's the one I'm most excited about. Crafting gear, bags, leg enchants, doubles up as gathering with the cloth changes. Yeah, tailoring is a little bit more interesting. It took them ages to get tailoring working, and it felt like quite broken for a while. But tailoring is looking better now. Obviously, you've got to remember, though, that you mentioned a bunch of things there. Crafting gear, crafting bags, crafting leg enchants, and doubling as a gatherer. That's 4 different spec directions. You're going to have to pick. You're not going to be able to do all of them. You're going to, unless obviously you do multiple tailoring characters, you're going to have to pick one of those. Each of those is a different spec direction in the early expansion. And quite heavy spec in some cases as well. Tailoring has quite a lot of diversity though in its build choice, which is quite cool. Unraveling is a build all to its own. Making exquisite weavercloth bolts is something that you could very much spec into directly. These are used in enough. This is like an intermediate material that is then used in enough other components that makes it worthwhile even choosing to spec into making these. You've obviously got the cooldown crafts, which are the next level on from that, which makes exquisite weavercloth bolts into a market in and of itself in the early weeks, just because it's a material that goes into them. You could entirely look at speccing into being able to just straight up find duskweave and dawnweave at higher qualities. So many different paths you could take with tailoring. This is where I think having tailoring on a few characters could be somewhat useful. Because if you're going to be good at any of them, you are going to have to hyper-focus on any of them. Where's the leg enchants, for example? These spell threads, you can't, like I said, you can't do everything. If you're speccing into being really good at making these, you're going to need the expertise of, you know, cooldown crafters. You're going to have to buy your materials from your cooldown crafters. You are going to have to rely on enchanters to be able to produce good quality gleaming shards for you, who have specced heavily into disenchanting. You might also then simultaneously need another tailor that's good at making your spools. Once you've got all these at the highest quality, you can then spec into making these at the highest quality. You see, like, everybody has to pick their job, right? It becomes a team effort, which is quite nice. You can't actually be the jack of all trades, not for a while at least, anyway. Would you mind trying to make a crafting order for a tool without having 300 acuity on the character making the order? I don't understand the 450 acuity bit yet. Oh, what? No, that's all been fixed. That's all been hot fixed. You can't do that anymore. You have to provide the artisan's acuity if you're placing an order. You have to provide it yourself. Leg enchants will make plenty of cash. I've got about 5 to 6 tailoring alts doing the different specs. But this is the thing, right? This is what I think those with alt armies have the advantage to be able to do. That if you want to really be self-sufficient, you are going to need, well, going to need is a bit strong, but you can set up different characters to go and do different stuff. But like I said, just to make one spell thread, you need to be good at making the spell thread in the first place. You need somebody good at crafting the bolts. You need an enchanter that's good at disenchanting. And you are going to need another tailor that's good at unraveling, each of which are at their own different spec directions in their own right. So you kind of need the combined effort of up to 4 different characters to be able to even do your thing. This is why I sort of stated to a lot of people that the shuffle is not as simple as people are sort of led to believe. Because let's say you did the super duper mega sweaty degenerate profession shuffle and you did it to be able to make these at the best of their possible quality. You want to push so that you are the first person to be able to make sunset spell threads rank 3 guaranteed all day long. even if you do that, even if you become the first person, you're unlikely to make yourself very rich. Because all you're going to do is make the people who are making the bolts very rich, the people that are disenchanting the gleaming shards very rich, and the people who are unraveling all of your spools very rich. The only way to be, you would have to do the dirty degen goblin mode shuffle on 4 characters to cover all bases. You would have to make sure that you are leaving no thread unturned. You are going to literally have to make sure that you cover all angles. You're going to need all production chains optimized. Otherwise, you're just going to make other people rich. But I mean, if that's your jam, then you carry on. Or you know somebody's going to do that. Oh, for sure. Exactly. This is the thing. There's 25 hours in a day. There's 24 hours in a day. There'll be some goblins out there that'll find a 25th just to keep their nose ahead of everybody else. And you are going to need a 25th hour in the day if you plan on doing that on more than a... I mean, you're going to need 25 hours in a day just to do it on one character, honestly. When you get rich without an alt army, too many characters to manage will be tough. Oh yeah, you can go heavy on just a single character and you'll be fine. Like at the moment, you got to remember everybody is in sort of like everybody is in sort of guesstimation mode, right? Everybody's guessing what's going to happen. Everybody's trying to optimize what they can do to keep ahead. The truth is that you have to do something horribly wrong not to make gold at the beginning of an expansion. You have to be doing something horribly wrong to not make gold. It's almost impossible not to make gold at the beginning of an expansion. Because nobody's good at anything yet. The prices of everything are all over the shop. One day a material will be 50 gold a piece. The next day it'll be 20 gold a piece. The day after it'll be back up to 70 gold a piece. Materials are all over the shop. This is why gatherers make an absolute killing in the first few weeks. Because everybody that's playing with crafting that is desperately trying to optimize and desperately trying to squeeze as much profit out of their crafts as possible, they can't do that unless somebody has flown around the map and picked up those materials first. Because there's not enough hours in the day for you to do both. So this is why gatherers make a killing. And this is why I put herbalism and mining so high on my tier list. Because when everybody's running around trying to hyper-optimize their professions, you can very easily, at basically zero risk, fly around, kill a few things, pick up a few things, put it on the auction house, and boom, there's 50k. Like, it's so easy to make gold at the beginning of an expansion. So easy. You don't need alt armies. You don't need to be doing deep profession shuffles. You just need to devote some time to doing it. If you spend a couple of, if you only want to devote a couple of hours to it, pick up a gathering profession and go gather for a few hours. Zero risk, zero upfront cost. Basically guaranteed 30k an hour. And do it as much as you want. If you're willing to spend a little bit more time, then the crafting professions are good. They're going to take a bit more time. There's a bit more risk, but the ceiling potential is higher. If you go out gathering, it's like being paid an hourly wage. If you go to work, you get paid. If you don't go to work, you don't get paid. And the amount you get paid will be roughly the same most and every hour. Gathering's just always worked like that. The only thing that puts me off gathering long term is your hourly wage goes down the more you do it, which is counterintuitive in my mind. I would like to know that the more I do something, the more I'd get paid for it, right? That's the basis of becoming an expert in something. You can achieve that with crafting. The more time and effort you put into crafting, in theory, you push your ceiling of opportunity up. With gathering, it goes down. The more you do it, the more time that passes, the cheaper everything gets, the less you get paid, which is, it feels bad for some people. This is why people often will gather at the beginning of a patch, at the beginning of an expansion, because they naturally understand that that's when the prices for everything are at their highest, and they can spend a few hours going out gathering materials and sell them for a boatload. But then 2 weeks, 3 weeks into the patch, when everything is half the price, you still have to put the same amount of effort in to still get the same amount of materials, and you're unlikely. You have to really fight to keep your sort of hourly pay the same with gathering. This is why channels like Students make an absolute killing, right? Because they are promoting, this is the best thing for you to farm today. This is how you get your 30k an hour today. Because if you keep doing the thing you were doing 2 days ago, 3 days ago, you're probably making half as much from it. So if you don't stick to gathering professions, you're never going to pick up rank 3 mats. No, this is it. This is half of the reason why. If you do a few hours of gathering in the first few days and then you come back to it a week later and do a few more hours of gathering, you're going to be like, whoa, everything's half the price. There's a phrase I like to use, which is make hay whilst the sun shines. That's literally the definition of gathering. At the beginning of the expansion, the sun is shining really brightly. Go make all the hay. What's the herbalism and mining bags? Reduces the cooldown of overload by 1%. That's minimal, but it'll help. Oh, it's the same for mining as well. It's an overload cooldown, the bags. They're worth getting. They're definitely worth getting, but I wouldn't be spending 150 artisan security on them too quickly. I wouldn't, but others might. Would enchanting and tailoring be a good choice for passive gold? I don't want to farm or do anything intense. In theory, passive gold is a bit of a myth. Passive gold doesn't really exist. It's not passive because you have to spend time doing it. People consider it passive because they were already doing something else. But it's not truly passive. I mean, you can argue that that's practically the same IRL as well. There's no free dinners out there. As soon as you stop getting paid, which goes against the definition of passive. But when there's a gold rush on, sell the raw materials, the shovels, sell shovels. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Slam your face against the keyboard for a few hours in the first few weeks. Sell everybody all the stuff they so desperately need. I miss Shadowlands legendaries. I was so ready to see the back of legendaries, But it's true. It was a market where I was primed to be able to take full advantage of it, and I feel like I did. I'm still living off the good days of Shadowlands legendaries even to this day. Nothing passive about enchanting. It's extremely competitive and the margins end up being really tiny. It's kind of like, it's a bonus, right? Like rather than sort of using the passive term, which is easy to argue against, it's a bonus. If you're doing something anyway, is there a way to generate a bonus from doing that? If you are going out and you are doing a bunch of world quests, if you are consistently running delves, if you're grinding Mythic Plus with your friends and guild, is there a bonus you could obtain by doing the thing that you were going out to do anyway? And that's where things like enchanting can come into play. That sure, any of the any of the gear you get that you don't need yourself, you can disenchant it and throw it on the auction house, and you might make more than just vendoring the item in and of itself. So in that regard, it becomes a bit of a bonus to the activity you're already doing, but it's not passive. Do you guys know what the item is to reset the tailoring cooldown on beta? Once you've got tailoring, speak to Mimsy. Speak to Mimsy and where's it gone? Is it not Mimsy? Oh, does tailoring not have one, maybe? Ah. Okay, they don't seem to have activated it for tailoring. That's quite funny. Oh well, maybe you can't on the beta then. Whoops. Can we already get the TSM groups from Patreon or only after launch? You can't have what I haven't made. You can't have what I haven't made. They are strictly in the category of coming soon. Strictly in the category of coming soon. I think, I've been asked this 500 times in the last few days, but I think everywhere where there's any reference to them, they are strictly still categorized as coming soon. They will be ready when they're ready. I am putting no timeline on those. Do you think we need to have inscription as a profession to fish up the Crusty Darkmoon cards? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I was doing some fishing on the beta the other day, and I'm pretty sure I didn't have inscription yet. Was still getting the Crusty Darkmoon cards. Obviously, like whether inscription, having inscription has any benefit on them at all, I have no idea. But maybe we'll find out in 48 hours. How long is it till the game actually goes live at this point? Feels like it's Wednesday, right? Comes out tomorrow. What is this? Oh, everything you need to know. The ultimate profession guide for the war within. Signs of Kalani. A lot of content creators have jumped on professions this expansion, you know. A lot more than usually. I often see professions just get completely left in the dust by people. I mean, Soul has done a really nice little series going over a bunch of them. Kalani is focused. I wouldn't say focused, but he's done a couple of videos on them recently. Over and above his normal stuff. Gotta get that bread. Oh, absolutely. They made it interesting, this expansion. That'll definitely help. It definitely helps when stuff, you know, kind of looks interesting. I've also not watched... I've not watched the... I'm kind of half saving a little bit of this for tomorrow. Mostly because it will quite literally be waiting room tomorrow. Oh, this is actually a really good opportunity to remind people what I plan. The stream will probably not be at its regular time tomorrow. My aim is to stream for the launch of early access. Now, in my land, the game doesn't go live until 1 a.m. So technically, it goes live on Friday for me, but it goes the early access goes live at 1 a.m. I will probably start my stream at midnight my time. So whatever, like an hour before early access begins, I'll start my stream, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully there'll be no login bosses or anything. Hopefully we can get in and start doing some leveling. I'm not going to be doing an all-nighter because I'm not stupid. But what I will do is probably play it for the early access for a few hours and then go to bed. If I can go to bed at like 3, 4, I will still be able to then comfortably get up and then keep my usual stream schedule from then on. I'm trying not to break my schedule completely. Mark, are you good? Has your cat walked on your keyboard? Are you good? Yeah, I'm trying to not break my schedule because once you break your sleep schedule, it takes you 3 days to get it back again. And I haven't got the ability to get it back again. So I will probably stream for a few hours for the actual early access launch tomorrow. And and then hopefully we'll maintain our normal stream schedule from then on. Obviously, I will be streaming most of the weekend as well. Early access logs into a 3-day login boss. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem, honestly. I mean, famous last words, kiss of death and all that, but I suspect both Shadowlands and Dragonflight went pretty smooth. Like I think the issues we'll have with launch will probably be more server lag and silly things like that. I don't think you'll be too restricted from logging in. Their server tech now is pretty much market leading. The last really rough launch was WoD. Yeah, exactly. And they absolutely learned that they are not going to do that ever again. It was after WoD that they were like, right, pre-patches. we're going to push everything a month before so we can fix everything that's broken. That was the lesson they learned from WoD. Do not push an entire new expansion with untested systems on day one. Apologies, cleaning my keyboard whilst listening. It's all good. Boat to the Dragon Isles. Didn't get stuck on the Zeppelin to the Dragon Isles. I didn't, but maybe that's because... No, I don't know. I was playing on Draenor. I'm pretty... Oh! Yeah, see, I remember for Dragonflight launch, I didn't stream the launch, did I? I took the same approach for Dragonflight launch. I tried to keep to my schedule. So I turned up a few hours after the expansion went live, and it was just a breeze. I just logged in and off we went. If you were there for launch, maybe it was a bit broken, but we'll see. But that's going to be... This is why this stream today is the last stream before the War Within, because I won't be doing my regular stream tomorrow. Mostly because I'll be getting some IRL stuff out the way. Probably take a day nap. Oh, a day nap. Day naps are fun. Take a day nap. You know, maybe prep some food. Make sure the dogs are well looked after. Say my fond farewells to the wife, and then we go. That's the plan. Short 24-hour nap. Day naps are risky, you know. Day naps are risky because sometimes that happens. You have to be very careful that a day nap doesn't turn into a day sleep. If you accidentally turn it into a day sleep, then you got problems on your hands. $72-hour streamathon. That's not my plan. That is definitely not my plan. When a nap turns into a full 7 to 8. Yeah, exactly. That has happened before. Well, I don't do naps. Do you think professions will be kind of profitable for people that don't have gold for shuffles at the start? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's borderline impossible not to make gold at the beginning of an expansion. Almost impossible to not make gold. You can improve your chances quite easily by just trying to keep your your head above water. You know, making sure that you understand where your knowledge points come from, making sure you understand where you get your artisan security from, understanding the new systems that are being put in place, like patron orders, having the knowledge that patron orders come around once every 3.5 days, kind of like world quests. So if you check them at the beginning of the week, make sure you check them again at the end of the week, because you'll have had some new ones. Knowledge is power, because most people go into an expansion basically blind and they wing it. And if you go in at least with some understanding, you'll be way ahead of all of the people that are just winging it. So you'll be fine. A lot of the discussion in the last couple of weeks has got like really meta, min-maxy heavy. But please be aware that whilst people can min-max and they are doing some aggressively degenerate things to gain that advantage, it's by no means something you have to engage with. You'll still be able to you know, level your professions. You'll be able to craft a few things, sell a few things, and you'll be good. You'll be good. My nap turns into sleeping for 3 days straight. If you're sleeping 3 days straight, I think you need to see a doctor. That is the sign of some serious issues, but... And before the wife tells you to refill the pellet storage during the day. No, that thing has got about 5 tons of pellets in it. It's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I do technically need to go and do some maintenance on the pellet burner, but we'll see. Not going anywhere. I had 100k going into Dragonflight, left it with like 50 mil. All I did was my professions every week. There we go. Consistency wins. Consistency wins. As mere cash-strapped people will have to wait until Monday. It'll be interesting to watch the fails and the altered strategies accordingly. The I mean, there's no doubt that early access is an advantage, especially in the goblin side of things. There's no question that it's definitely an advantage to have it, but that doesn't mean that you'll be picking up the scraps by the time the expansion goes live. Like I said, it's almost impossible to not make gold at the beginning of an expansion. As long as you at least put some focus and some effort in that direction, you'll be fine. 5 tons of pellets. Dang, who built the house foundations? This behind me, this wall, behind this wall, this is actually a square. You just can't see the other bit of it. This is a silo. This is a custom built silo that holds up to 8 tons of pellets. So if we ever have a fire, this place is fucked. Do you think tailoring gathering build would be a good choice to invest in at the start? Maybe tailor crafting on alts? Obviously gathering works, any form of gathering works better on players, on characters that you are actually going to play, right? Alts, by nature, you play them less. If you played them more, they wouldn't be an alt. So in that regard, your logic is kind of spot on. If you're going to go, if you are going to have tailoring on a few characters, gathering spec on one that's actually going to go out and do content might be more beneficial to you. But at the same time, a character that you're actually going to play more might even benefit more from like being able to like go the gear crafting route. You know, if that player's a priest, a mage, or a warlock, then I always suggest people be greedy first. Be greedy first. Do the thing that benefits you first, because you're the one that's playing the game. And then if you have spare stuff, sell it. Sell it. This stream's in front of a nuclear missile silo. No. It's just got pellets. It's just got wood pellets in it. No nuclear missiles. Let's not start those rumors now. I wish I lived somewhere cold enough to need that. Finland gets pretty chilly. So, Finland gets pretty... It's summer now. It's nice now. Got the aircon on now. But for 9 months of the year, it's pretty chilly. You rather have 3 characters with all different professions or have them all focused? I like to have one of every profession first. And if you then feel the need to double up somewhere, then that's up to you. But I would say that the safer route is probably to, you know, spread yourself a little wider first in that regard. You put all your eggs in one basket. You know, if you make 20 tailoring characters and then all of a sudden tailoring shit, well, now you've got not one problem, but you've got 20 problems. Whereas if you at least make sure you spread yourself out a little bit, one of every profession first, then look at doubling them up. I'm going to tell you now, most people struggle with even keeping like a couple of characters up to speed. So, yeah. But they're your characters. It's, you know, it's your account. You do as you please. There's no right answer to these. Is there any benefit to being above level 70 on a crafter? Not really, but not straight away. I am going to slowly but surely dedicate some time to leveling my alts. Mostly because we don't know what's coming in 11.1. There's a strong chance that 11.1 will give us a new zone, and there'll be something cool in that new zone, and it will be a level 80 zone. It would be better to chip away at leveling slowly but surely in 11.0. Than to find out that something is cool coming and then all of a sudden you have 10 alts that you need to level up like by yesterday. That's never fun. That's never fun for anybody. So, no, you don't strictly need to be level 80, but I would definitely recommend slowly but surely leveling them up. Can anybody explain artisan security real quick? You need about 2,000 artisan security to buy everything you need on a single profession. Under normal circumstances, you'll get a few hundred artisan security per week. There are some ways you can generate more of it by shuffling through and rotating through your professions. But it's quite expensive to do, and may or may not really provide you much of a reward, other than maybe getting something a few days earlier than somebody else. But eventually it won't matter in the slightest because people will have more artisan security than they know what to do with. So it's a short-term problem that if you're not caught up with right now, it's not going to be a long-term problem, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Take advantage of the anniversary bonus. I want to know what they're doing this year. I'm convinced the reason the expansion is launching earlier is because they've got something cool planned for the anniversary. They clearly didn't want to do an anniversary event and an expansion launch and a season 1 all at the same time. I'm kind of half convinced this is the reason the expansion is launching earlier this year. That they're going to do something cool. We're already seeing that they have, you know, cross promotions happening all over the place. So I suspect there's going to be more of that. But yeah, it'd be cool. It's November, right? Is it November? I think it's November. Nothing in the calendar for it yet. Is it November? It's going to be 20 years. I'm going to have been playing for all 20 of that. That's unbelievable. Anniversary equals $80 keycaps. I'm annoyed how cool they are. I'm genuinely annoyed how cool they are. Because it means I want them. For those who didn't catch it earlier, there's a Steel Series promo going on. With WoW stuff. They've got some custom headsets and the likes. I quite like that headset though, you know. It says $200. What's that going to be in my money though? Oh, that's going to be silly money in my land, isn't it? Going to be silly money. Arctic Nova 7 WoW edition. I have to Google stuff off stream in case it randomly starts displaying my address or something. 220 euros. I mean, I can consider it a business expense, I suppose. And it's nicely themed. I like the fact that it's neutral themed, though. It's all sold out. I'll get it. There's not that many people in Finland, it's fine. Maybe I'll just send an email to Steel Series. 170 bucks for the mouse, yeah. Drop the collection. Aerox 9 wireless. I tend not to like MMO mice though. Like, I don't know about you, but I can never hit the right buttons. I have 2 buttons on the side of my mouse and I fat finger them. If I had flipping, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I had 12 buttons on the side of my mouse, I'd have to put the same macro on all 12 buttons just to make sure I press it. Rotate the W, turn it into an M. Hey, always thinking. I like that. Yeah, because these clearly come off, don't they? Because you can change the headband and you can change these. I could turn them upside down and make them into an M. That's very clever. Just wear them upside down. Yeah, with a nice chin guard. Pledge your allegiance. No, you're right. These are the things. This is the thing that I would be intrigued in. This looks like memory foam sort of stuff. These, right? These ones, I don't know how well you can see. These are like super squishy, just soft, right? They're soft, but they're sort of fluffy. They're fluffy and so that you don't get, 10% off, yeah, sure. They're fluffy so that you don't get sweaty. If this is like that sort of like fake leather material that the side of your head sweats, yuck. That would be the difference for me. This thing is outrageous though, by the way. 80 bucks for a keycap. Shocking performance. But yeah, they claim to be all sold out, but I'll find them. There'll be somewhere in Finland that sells them. Out of interest, how much is the regular non-World of Warcraft one? Okay. It's a 50 bucks premium just because it has World of Warcraft theme on it. It's basically a 50 bucks premium. Oh my god, is that showing my address? Even if you can read Finnish, that's not showing my address. Oh no, it's not. We're fine. There's yeah, a 50 bucks premium just for the fact that it's Put WoW on it. I don't know. Not sure. Galpa's got to them all. Oh, probably. It'll be an eBay job, won't it? It'll be an eBay job. It's a shame they're gaming headsets because they're always worse than basically any actual audio headset. Yeah. This is why I've consistently used Dynamic stuff, because I've had a few of their headsets over the years. Sorry, headphones. And they're just best in slot. Easy best in slot. I just wish they did. I wish they did a wireless option that wasn't stupid money. They do this headset, and they do it wireless, but they're like 400 euros or something outrageous, which is a little bit difficult to justify when I could buy 3 sets of these for the same price. It cost me 3 times the price to get rid of the cable. That's a little bit ridiculous. Don't know. Maybe I'll treat myself for the War Within. Who knows? Is there a way around the Philosopher's Stone for my Alchemy tunes? Not really. A few people have asked about Alchemy Philosopher's Stone things. Mr. Pandaria makes a cheap one, right? It's one of those ones that allows you to unplug the cord, get a Bluetooth sender receiver, boom, you've got wireless. No, these don't. These are... You can replace the cable, but it's not detachable by default. What's the model of my headset? DT990s. These are the 250 ohm versions, so I have to use a little USB, a USB amplifier on them as well. But you can get like regular 80 ohm versions as well. Wireless audio is really hard to do. You're clamping a hot battery onto your head and transmitting high bitrate audio at 0 latency. Yeah, I know it's not necessarily straightforward if you're trying to maintain quality as well. That's the argument that companies like Dynamic use. That if you want good sound quality, you shouldn't be doing it wirelessly anyway. But that was the same thing for years with like keyboards and mice and stuff. Like, you should have a wire because then it's 0 latency. But I'm pretty convinced these days 99% of people couldn't tell the difference. Does anybody have a smart answer for this Philosopher's Stone question, by the way? Mop Philosopher's Stone is done at level 1 and costs like 18 gold to make it. Just made a crap ton of them on my own army. Well, there we go. There's a solution then. Classic or the mop version. What's the... what's the mop version called? Classic Alchemy one. So this is... Why is Classic Alchemy 50? Surely that's not a thing, right? That's just to equip it. Iron bars, black vitriol, purple lotus, fire bloom. Even that, I suspect people will... in before all of the goblins reset the price on these. What's the Zen Alchemist Stone. This bad boy. Created by 3 Golden Lotus. Well then, there we go. That's pretty easy, isn't it? That's pretty easy. Surely the WOD one is cheaper. Reset market on Golden Lotus in 3, 2, 1. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise. Flipping hell, how many of you are here today? Lord have mercy. This is why I don't look at the numbers. Yeesh. Is that 400 people? Get out of here. Look, Mum, on the telly. Jesus. I haven't done anything. I've literally done... Oh, I feel so bad. I've scumbagged these last few streams really hard. Dragonflight alchemy tools should count as a philosopher's stone, should they not? Good question. I'm not sure if they do. I think you do actually need to have made the trinket thing for it. I'm not sure. That's a good question. It's something we will clearly find out in a couple of days. But being proactive is always an advantage. Rennie with a tier 1, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I bought the 990 Pros on your suggestion with the cooling gel cushions. They are great. Yeah, I'm tempted to get a set of those. The cooling gel cushions could be useful, you know. But I live in a country where it's like sub-zero temperatures 9 months of the year, so I only need the cooling ones for like 2 months of the year.
I hope.
But yeah, this is actually the second set of these headphones I've bought because they're just perfect. Like, actually perfect. If somebody was to want to try the professions on the beta, how do you do it? I'd like to mess around with it, but I don't know where to go. Well, for starters, you'd need to actually have beta access, where at this point in time, I wouldn't recommend buying the Epic Edition, because, I mean, unless you want early access as well. You just load the beta client. The thing to note is that you have to be on a... If you want to test the professions, you need to be on the these go to 11 realm. Hence why I have 34 characters on that realm, because I might have spent quite a lot of time on there. Just possibly. Get a 4090 for free heating. Yeah, I tell you what, this room heats up really quick with me, 2 dogs. Can you see either dog right now? Where is either dog? One's on the sofa, one's on the floor in the kitchen. Me, 2 dogs, 2 computers. It gets hot in here real fast. It gets hot in here real fast. Did you not want to wish upon a star, Jack? The music not to your liking. I agree with you. I've skipped. The average human is a 150 watt space heater. Are we really? Is that factual, or is that just you've pulled a number out your ass? Because that's quite funny. Only 10 people on YouTube have hit the like button. Really? I'm going to turn off the YouTube stream if that's true. That's outrageous. Hey, 15, 20. Yes, boys. Thank you, boys and girls. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. What graphics card did I end up going with? Well, I have a 3060 in my, like, server PC. It's basically a Plex server. and I have a 3070 in my main gaming PC. But I have been I said to myself I am not buying a 4 series Nvidia card. I was going to skip that generation of card completely. But I'm not sure if I can wait until the 5 series to update. So I've been very tempted by a few offers on 4080s, but I'm not sure if it's worth the investment from a 3070, truth be told, considering all I do is play WoW. But, well, that's not true, is it? I play WoW on multiple accounts simultaneously. I'm also live streaming, and I'm often video editing and doing other things in the background. No. For the most part, I kind of could use it, I guess. But I don't know if I'm just desperately trying to justify buying a new graphics card because I'm a tech geek and love that stuff. I work on a GPU-dense Dell server meant for AI stuff, and I swear I'll figure out how to play WoW on the H100 someday. That would be wild. I'm sure you can. That would be wild. That sounds like a Linus Tech Tips video, though, you know. Playing Minecraft on a server farm. I'm sure it's possible. Could you make a video about how we should spend our knowledge points, especially herbalism and mining? No. Let's just do it now. Let's just do it now. I've actually been contemplating doing that exact video anyway, so let's just talk about it now. Where's Rocks and Plants? Rocks and Plants has been doing a bit of gathering. Record it, YouTube it. Right. Let's start with herbalism. It's a bit behind my camera. It's a bit hard to see, isn't it, really? A bit. Well, you can see the important stuff. What's the... actually, it's a bit late in the day, but what's the add-on that lets you move windows? I'm so sick of flipping not being able to move windows that I absolutely 100% need an add-on that does it. Blizz Move. I've got some votes for Blizz Move, and I've got votes for Move Anything. Get more add-ons. Probably one word, isn't it? Move Anything. Oh, a casual 18 mil installs. Made by Recyc. This is TSM dev. Oh, last updated 2022. Oh, okay. Maybe not that one then. Hang on. So, Blizz Move, is that the one then? Well, it looks like Kane's done a branch of it with only 400 downloads. Wow. Okay. Blizz Move. 2 words. Oh, stupid flipping Okay, there we go. No, that's not it. The search function in CurseForge is terrible. Oh, some tiny things annoy me so heavily. Blizz Move. It claims it's only 10.27. It has got 5 million downloads though. Blizz Move is the one that's being maintained. The one that's got an 11.0 at least already on it. 25k per GPU in each server has 8 of them. Boy, I wonder how much electricity that server uses. Sheesh. Blizz Move's working fine. Alright, install. Let's slap that in retail as well. Okay. Oh, it's wonderful. Wonderful. Why this is not a toggle switch in the default UI is beyond me. Okay. What was I doing? getting a drink. Listen to Sandstorm. Actually, 2-minute ad break. Back in 2. Okay. Right. Somebody tell me what the add-on is in the top left showing the first time gathers, please. I have more news for you. This was actually quickly put together. It's a weak aura for starters. This was quickly put together by the guy who does Craft Sim. Yet, I should also let you know that I think he goes by Amaz online under most circumstances, but you'll know him from his Tama's weak auras. He's also the guy that puts together the ridiculous like raid spreadsheets and stuff like that. I think he's an English guy as well, to be fair. But he messaged me the other day and was quizzing about weak auras, and he's actually, let's see if I can find the link. He's done a full profession weak aura, which I'm almost tempted to do a video on all by itself. Let me very carefully not get distracted by squirrels, because I know I was about to talk about herbalism and mining, but please hold. You'll know Tama's Dragonflight helpers and the likes. There's a new one. Let me find it. Odds on somebody finding the link before I do. Dragonflight helper. Where have they gone? Where have they gone? Where have they gone? Has he launched it yet? I saw it somewhere the other day. Maybe he hasn't launched it yet. Hang on, let me check chat. Somebody's clearly found it before I have. Why can't I find it? Here it is. Here it's had 642 views and only 4 installs. Fresh off the press. You ready for this, boys and girls? Are you ready for this? Ah, this is video worthy in and of itself. We'll get back to herbalism and mining in a minute. Fresh off the press. Import. Boom. Import. Get ready for this shit. Put it over here somewhere. Let me move it. Let me move it. I'm so bad with flipping. Can't I just move the whole thing? Well, anyway, Tamma's The War Within Profession module is already, in my opinion, God tier level crazy good. Why is this not moving the thing? I want to move the whole thing in one go. Why does that not move the whole thing in one go? Please somebody make me stop looking stupid. You have to unlock it. How do I unlock it? This shit shouldn't be so difficult, should it? Left side, there's a box with a lock in the middle. Yeah, how do I unlock it? Positions. Maybe we'll just move it opponent at a time. Anyway, you can move this shit about, right? And look at all the funky stuff it has on it. It's tracking just everything, right? You've got your first time grabs on certain stuff. You can see these are the ones I still need to find for the first time tracking. It's going to show the herbalism skill. It does this blinky thing when you're 99 skill, 86 skill. It's just cool. It's just going to be for tracking. It's really nice. Shows me my unused knowledge points. Telling me I've got knowledge points in my bags. These are the one-time treasures I can still pick up. It shows me the unspent knowledge points. 23. It's tracking this. It says I've got 7 roots, 13 petals, and a rose in my bag as well. He's gone to town. Literally gone to town. Operator error, clearly, yeah. But this will be very handy for those people picking up herbalism and mining in the first few days. Especially if you're doing any sort of shuffle with gathering. It is highly noted that this is work in progress. Still actively updating this, and some parts are not implemented as yet, but it should be in a state that can be used and updated via the desktop client. As a coffee-powered gamer, I accept coffee donations. Feel free to send me coffee to keep me powered. Yes, I will do exactly that. But yeah, mining and herbalism leveling assistant, acuity node tracking. That's what this is. If you're farming artisans acuity, these are the ones you can get. You can go and tap. Oh, it still interestingly has the same issue that it doesn't seem to be able to track them both at the same time. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so it's still work in progress. The other little Weakor I had the same issue. It can't seem to track both of them at the same time. The reaction to the cloth tweet yesterday was so funny. Welcome in, Dan. Yeah, it's had mixed emotions in the sort of the goblin community as well. Obviously, you reach a much broader audience. I might look at that in a minute, actually. Yeah, Cats Lovers posted this is very early days, but seems some code from my Weakor has found its way into this one. Has it really? Oh dear, we might have a little Weakor war on our hands here. It was not my intention to start a war, but yeah, it clearly seems to suffer with the same issue. I'm sure there's some smart way to overcome that it can somehow track both at the same time, but...
Is that your wallet?
Me's Grind, my man,
Or
welcome
you just
in.
glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Do you have any type of step-by-step process or guide, as the kids would call it, that will show me all the things I need to know about professions in the War Within? I don't know if this is prompting me to do some shameless promo or not, because it's coming from you. But yes, of course I do. Yeah, of course I do. I feel as if I've already done way too much shameless promo today as it is, but yes, if you are referring to my Goblin Guide to the War Within that is available to my Gold Goblins over on Patreon, then yes. Yes, thank you for the prompt to do some shameless promo. Actually, what I do quickly want to look at then is Mr. GM's tweets. If some of the responses to that were quote unquote interesting. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Here we go. Here we go. So yesterday, obviously, many of us in the Goblin sort of spheres have been aware of this for a little while. I first sort of stumbled across it when realizing that I'd leveled, I think, 2 characters and hadn't found a single piece of cloth yet, and just assumed that cloth drops hadn't been implemented. Then suddenly put 2 and 2 together that, well, hang on, you unlock the ability to get cloth in the spec trees for tailoring, and tailoring also has the ability to improve the amount of it you get. And it was like, is this a subtle thing they've slipped in? And it clearly has ended up being that way, that tailors are the only people that are going to pick up cloth. You can get some by mining. You can generate some via Alchemy's thaumaturgy, but under normal circumstances, just playing the game, tailors are going to be the only ones that are going to pick up cloth. And if you want to get Dawnweave or Duskweave, you have to actually spec in like 30 points deep into one of the trees before you even find both of those materials, which absolutely will have some impact on the price of it for sure. But let's see what some people's thought. It's always interesting to get thoughts from a little bit outside your own community. That's gonna suck. Bots will probably ruin it in a few days. Oh god. Personally, I think it would have been cool to make this more engaging, like how skinners have had to skin hides from animals. Tailors should have to scavenge the cloth from humanoids instead of it just being a random loot table. We've kind of thought about the whole. We've thought about the whole could or should cloth gathering have been its own thing in the first place, but makes sense. Cloth drops in the past were needed for bandages. Now first aid is not a thing. Non-tailors don't need cloth. This will bring it back in line with the other crafting professions. As long as the drop rate is sufficient to overcome the lack of outside sources. It's you can still be self-sufficient though as a tailor, which is still something that kind of bugs me a little bit. It kind of gets me that if you want to be a blacksmith, you also need a miner, right? You need, like, you don't need to, but it's common practice. If you're going to do blacksmith, well, mining gets your materials. If you're going to do jewel crafting, you need mining. If you're going to do alchemy, you need herbalism. Tailoring is still self-sufficient. If you want to be really good at tailoring, it's like you now have 2 professions. You can gather your cloth. You also then can use it at the same time. If anything, I think this kind of elevates tailoring even more so, which is why it got quite high up on the old on the tier list video. Undress humanoid skill. Oh, God. Yeah. You just leave little naked bodies all over the place. Little naked goblins on the floor. Oh, Lord. Honestly, it feels like they're going in the wrong direction with professions. I'm not sure why rank 3 would be more scarce. That's going to make botting likely worse. I doubt we'll see some of these things stick. Spoken like somebody that doesn't play with professions. Weird, stupid change. What the hell? God, people are passionate about this. Gatherers will choose herbalism, mining, or skinning and tailoring combo. Gathering professions are so important at the beginning that just take them at the start to be extremely useful. This instantly became a must-have profession on my murder hobo alts who are intending to live in follower dungeons and delves. Don't craft things at all in the new system, so skinning, tailoring, maybe even enchanting is the instance player's version of mining and herbalism now. Is there many... I've not actually done enough delves, but is there many like beasts that you can actually skin in delves? I presume there probably are, right? They'll completely forget about this by Friday. So true. So true. Come Friday, they won't care. And in 2 weeks' time... I'm calling this now, right? In 2 weeks' time, when people go to the auction house and look at the price of rank 3 flasks and potions, they will be screaming, "Where are all of the bots? Why are these things so expensive?" Yeah. Yeah. Just wait. Just wait. I have a feeling prices will drop like a rock, seeing how many people are focusing on professions. On top of that, have got like 7+ alts now. I'm not too sure, you know. I know full well I live in a bubble. I surround myself by people that care with this sorts of stuff, right? But you take one step outside, like, to more generic World of Warcraft communities, I don't think anybody gives a flying hoot about professions. I genuinely don't. Really don't think anybody gives a damn about them anymore. I think so many people were like burnt with Dragonflight's crafting. How if you weren't hyper optimized week on week, you were just so far behind it wasn't even worth bothering with. I think so many people will have been burnt by trying Dragonflight professions that they absolutely won't go anywhere near it in the War Within. I'm pretty convinced of it. People might pick up a bit of herbalism and mining, maybe, but I'm pretty convinced it will have put a lot of people off. Bran actually gives you some random crafting things inside the delves, but no cloth. Oh yeah, because there is mining nodes, isn't there? So just if you don't have herbalism and mining, I'm pretty sure I've seen this. Bran just runs off and mines it for you. It gives you a few bits and pieces. That'd be good to see. No take cloth, take candle. True. Gonna wait for Satisfactory 1.0. Doesn't that launch 2 days after Season 1? It launches in September, doesn't it, Satisfactory 1.0? I was really sad to see that. Because it means I probably won't get to play it when it goes 1.0. I'll have to put that on my to-do list. Oh, literally September 10th. Okay. Well, that's not happening then, is it? Yeah, that's not happening. Oh, well. We'll have to wait. We got Factorio to play in October? Shit, I can't remember. Where's my Factorio fans? When does Factorio go 2.0? I'm going to take a month off to play Factorio, I think, you know. I'm so done with WoW. Oh, 21st of October. Okay. 21st of October. That's plenty enough time to have completely burnt out in WoW, isn't it? I think by the 21st of October, I'll want a break. We'll take October the 20th as a day off, and then we'll play Factorio for a month. Yeah. Yeah. Goblin Guide to Factorio when? I don't know. If I want to make gold early on selling cloth to tailors, I gotta be one myself. What a strange change. How do people think it's strange? Like, I'm not... It's different, but I don't get why people think it's strange. Like, why wouldn't somebody that specializes in cloth be the one that is picking and finding the cloth, right? I still think it's odd it's not its own gathering profession in and of itself. I really hope, I'm still hoping, I'm still praying for midnight. Hang on, I've got cramp in my foot. Been sat down too much today. I'm praying in midnight they make gathering baseline. It's got to be soon. It's got to happen. Herbalism, mining, skinning, cloth gathering. It's got to go baseline. Give it to everybody. Make it like flipping fishing and cooking. Make gathering baseline, and then people pick 2 crafting professions. Done. They need to make all the professions baseline. It's outdated to be able to only have 2. It's so ingrained in the game, though, to only have 2. I know there are other games out there that let you have access to all of them. But there is a significant advantage, in theory, to not having all of them. The route that they've gone with this kind of like specialization is to kind of make the economy feel more economy-esque, you know? And it works for Season 1, it just doesn't work Season 2 and 3 when everybody's maxed out their skill points and is just a jack of all trades anyway. But at least early days, right? You know, one tailor goes and focuses on cloth gathering. One tailor focuses on making the epic bolts. Another tailor focuses on being the best person at actually making the cloth gear. It's designed so that you can have 8 crafting professions that feel like 38 crafting professions, because you've got different paths that everybody in theory could take a different path. And this is why I kind of don't particularly like saying so much in videos, take this path, this is the best path. Because as we know with a lot of stuff, if everybody does the same thing, then nobody wins. But the fact that there's still that hard limitation to you only being able to have 2 is still sort of useful with the way that the rest of it works. If the rest of it was being completely overhauled again, then there's an argument to like maybe letting everybody have all of them. But those that play with professions a lot just level a few characters, and it's just at this point it's kind of busy work, right? You just level a few characters and then you do it. But the midnight argument for doing more with professions on an account level, though, is pretty strong. If this warband stuff is here to stay, they insist that this warband stuff is a long-term evergreen system, then we could start to see more and more stuff go into the warband side of things. Guess we'll find out. We'll find out. Before I got distracted by Mr. GM tweets, I was going to take a little bit, and weak auras actually. Let me turn this weak aura off now, because if I leave this up on screen, then the only questions I'll get is about the weak aura. What I was going to do was actually take a little bit of a look at the spec trees for herbalism and mining. Not to tell everybody what the best one is, but maybe to just sort of a quick masterclass on the pros and cons of each one, I suppose. Because until the game goes live, it's all very subjective anyway. Do we put YouTube voice on for this? Do I turn this into a video? Or should we just talk relatively casually? I think I'll talk relatively casually. If I like it, I'll record it again later. Mining. One thing I do think that is pretty important with both of the gathering professions is that you understand that the recipe difficulties have been jacked up through the roof, right? So even to pick up the basic stuff, even bismuth, your basic ass, default, run-of-the-mill, or you have to have 120 skill before you can even start seeing quality 3. This means that you can be fully leveled and you can even start getting your tools and stuff in order, and you still might not even see quality 3 materials drop. Not to mention, even when you do get 120 skill, your ratio of quality 3 materials is tiny, right? So you're gonna have to work a lot harder this time round to get the top quality gathered stuff. This is simultaneous with the fact that crafters want that quality 3 stuff. There is less demand from crafters for quality 2, and significantly more demand for quality 3 this time round. Because if you want to get to the point where you can guarantee things at top quality, the industrial, let's put it this way, the industrial crafters out there that are pushing their professions to the limit, trying to overcome the need for concentration, those crafters are going to mostly be looking to use quality 3 materials. The only way they can industrialize their setup, the only way they can mass produce stuff to sell on the auction house is if they're using quality 3 materials. So that's where the lion's share, not all, but the lion's share of the demand is going to come from. Those handfuls of players that are hyper optimized and they're mass producing stuff to sell to others. They're going to need quality 3. So they're going to need gatherers to supply them with a steady supply of quality 3 materials. I think this is more of what we may see the meta be for gathering. You played in Dragonflight, it was all about getting the Awakened. It was all about min-maxing your rousings. You got to get that rousing order. You got to get those Awakened order. They're so expensive, you couldn't care less about the herbs. The elementals do exist. You have these 4. You have leyline residue, writhing sample, and crystalline powder, and viridescent spores. You have these, but the impact of these, I think, I can only guess right now, but I think the impact of these is going to be way, 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 way less than what Awakens were in Dragonflight, for example. What this will mean is when you are looking to play with your gathering professions, you may play with them in a slightly different way. In Dragonflight, it was smart very quickly to optimize gaining as many of these as possible. Where I tend to think more so this time, and this is a guess, don't shoot the messenger if this ends up being wrong, but my guess is that focusing on getting more skill and focusing in on getting more of that quality 3 is where the money might be. But you have to do a lot to get that. You've got to get your profession to max. Your tools become important. You are then also going to try and highlight the tree that is going to do that for you. Plethora of ore is going to give you a flat skill point, whatever you're picking up, plus some bonuses. And then you can choose to spec into either bismuth, acarite, or iron claw if you are hyper focusing on, getting one of these 3 components at the highest quality possible. And there's arguments to which ones you go for. Do you go for the basic ore at high quality? Try and get just as much of it as you can. Do you focus on the rarer ores that might have an individual price of slightly higher, but you might not get as many? I don't know, whatever. The time will tell which one of this paths is the best. But if, let's say, you try and get the best bismuth you possibly can, you can start stacking your points in here, and eventually with a full 45 points in here, you no longer damage uncovered null stones when gathering bismuth. That's either new or I've completely missed that. That node is huge, by the way. That node is huge because it's a miner by default. This is why I'm not recording this for YouTube, because I'm going to bounce around a little bit and it might not be very smooth. When you first start with mining, you pick up damaged null stones, imperfect null stones, where you have to take 5 of these to make a regular null stone. Null stone's your rare item. Null stones are going to be used by who uses null stones. Jewel crafters use null stones. They use null stones go into the gem socket thing. Big business. Blasphemites, big business. Null lotus is the herbalism equivalent, and it comes from, or is mostly used in flasks. Flasks. Every flask is going to have a null lotus in it. These could easily be a few thousand gold apiece. Easily a few thousand gold apiece, in my opinion. But yeah, so you're probably going to want to start throwing points into improving this skill, meaning you're going to find more quality 3, and eventually you're going to get the ability to... These nodes are going to teach you the refining, so that you can start taking the quality 1 and the quality 2 that you find and slowly convert it into quality 3. This mechanic existed, the refining mechanic existed in Dragonflight, but it was a bit dead on arrival. Most people, there was never, the price difference between materials never really mattered enough for this to be a thing. I'm still not convinced it will be a thing in the War Within. But what I am convinced of is that there's a better chance people might use it. Because even once you are min-maxed, if you filled this entire tree with nodes, you're still probably only going to get quality 3 about 20% of the time. Whereas in Dragonflight, you would be able to basically get to the point where you would never see quality 1. You'd occasionally see quality 2. But more often than not, you were getting quality 3. They've completely changed that this time around. Blacksmithing needs null stones as well. Yeah, true. Top tier ingots, what they call them, sanctified alloys, I believe, take null stones. Kind of hate how everybody is referencing that old interview regarding profession skill points and early access and everybody understanding it differently. Some write how no profession specs will be usable. I just wish Blizzard would have actually come out and flipping said something. I can't believe early access is tomorrow and we haven't had a blue post telling us what... Well, we've had a blue post telling us what we will be able to do. What we need is the blue post that tells us what we won't be able to do. That's what people care about. Like, what am I not going to be able to do in early access? I don't care that we can go do X, Y, and Z. That's great. Tell us what we can't do. What are we going to have to wait until the release? I don't think it's ridiculous to have to be asking the questions either. It's not ridiculous to be asking the questions because they're charging us for it, right? If you're trying to sell things, you're trying to sell something, it is not ridiculous to assume that people are going to want to know what they're paying for, which only goes and makes this whole early access thing even more shady, in my opinion. But well distracted. Back to mining. So yes, plethora of ore for me is an important tree. Your main node in here is simply a way to boost your overall skill to not only reach but also surpass the needed reagent difficulty to start finding quality 3. The further you can surpass this number, the greater the chance is of you finding quality 3. So this whole tree is fundamentally very important, and I think it's more important than it maybe was going into Dragonflight. Mining fundamentals. This is your secondary stat tree, is the way that I've always remembered it. But it also offers utility. You've got, where is it gone? Yeah, here we go. Here's the big one for some people. You can now mine whilst mounted in Kazalgar. This is going to be big for everybody, to be fair. Ah, the wife is calling. Perfect timing. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Hang on. Always answer the phone to your wife. Did I just hear a whip sound? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That was my wonderful wife asking if I'm ready for some food. Love her to bits. Calling because he didn't clean up his Lego. Hey, I've still got a guild bank full of Legos. What are you chatting? Rubbish. Lies. I cleaned them up. I put them all back in the guild bank. Anyway, what I was alluding to is 60 points to be able to mine whilst gathering is really nice. Really nice. But I am not convinced that this is worth the 60 points. Not in the early days. 60 points may be all the points you get in the first week. Unless you were doing shenanigans. 60 points might be all the points you get. And considering that most of this along the way, there is a few that is going to give you skill, but for the most part, this is just finesse. This is secondary stats. My brain always tells me main stat over secondary stat. It's the same concept as gearing. Main stat over secondary stat. And skill is, in my mind, significantly more important than finesse. Sure, finding more occasionally, great. Love finding more. Nothing wrong with finding more, but I don't want more quality 1. I don't want more quality 2. You know what I do want more of? Quality 3. And until I've reached this limitation and surpassed it by as far as I can go, I'm probably not going to stack secondary stats. Meaning I personally probably wouldn't be putting too many points in this. This is really attractive to some, though. This is almost impossible to turn down for some. But your save, the time that this saves you definitely adds up. But the time this saves you, if you were just to go and do another hour of mining anyway, you'd make it all back again. No problem, whatever. So it's kind of cool, but I probably won't be slapping so many points into here just yet. Then you have the 2 nodes that are seams and rich deposits. Now, I'm not convinced that seams even exist, you know. I think I've seen one. I think I've seen like one in the entire time I've spent doing herbing and mining on the beta, which, to be fair, is not a huge amount, but I think I've seen like one. Spending points in this is definitely not a high priority for me. No way, shape, or form. Whenever you mine a seam, there's a chance to dislodge a chunk of rock that be mined for additional ore. Yeah, great, not bothered. The amount of times you're going to see seams, I wouldn't be putting points in here particularly fast. You fill the tree eventually, but this isn't a high priority for me. Probably the same with rich deposits, honestly. Hyper-focusing on one type of node is kind of like, well, you might see 3 rich deposits in an hour, right? You might see 2 seams in an hour. Spending points here early days, yeah, not great. Caves is a really good point. most of the time your seams are going to be in caves, which most people choose to ignore anyway, just because it wastes so much time going in to a cave, running around, finding stuff. Probably not the best tree to spend points in early days, unless you really, really, really want this mounted whilst mounted business. Mastering the mysteries, though. This is where you can optimize. This is the tree you go if you do want to optimize these materials, which is kind of where it becomes, you know, there's a 50-50 until we get some pricing data, until we get some understanding of the actual cost implications here. If these things end up being 1,000 gold a piece and the ore is 10 gold a piece, then yeah, you focus on getting more of these. But also be aware that, you know, that is a market that could flip on its head very fast as well. Can you mine in Druid form if you spend 60 points in that talent? To my understanding, yes. But I have not physically done it to see it with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, this tree is going to be getting more of these and improving or increasing the frequency in which you can overload and unlocking a few fancy things when you do. So for starters, it does give you that base flat skill when you're mining these speciality nodes, which will definitely help. These first two offer flat skill. This is on everything, so this is way more generic, way more useful to you overall. Then if you are mining the speciality nodes, you can get extra skill on top by putting points here. Any fancy things going on in here? What's the final one? Gain an additional charge of overload empowered deposit. Yeah, doubling up your overload ability is kind of cool. I've not tested this to see just whether both charges then respawn at the same rate or not. This could be quite good if you want to like frequently overload. What I would say, not that I've done a huge amount of testing on this, but an awful lot of the overload abilities seem really broken. Not in a good way either. Like sometimes, I mean, this was a problem at the beginning of Dragonflight actually, that half the overload abilities just flat out didn't work. There's a webbed node, which is where miners get access to some cloth. And if you when you tap it, it sometimes spawns little spiders, and if you run over the spiders, you get more cloth. When you overload on the webbed node, it's meant to spawn more spiders. But it's really temperamental. Really temperamental. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But like I said, I've not tested huge amounts of gathering on the beta. I'd rather wait till that shit's live. I'll do my testing when it's live, because at least then I can sell the stuff that I farm. But more overload, more good. Right? Honestly, more overload, more good. Is my guide available on my Patreon? Yes. Gold Goblins, get my full guide, yeah. Is the guild up and running? It is, yes. I was shameless promoting the guild earlier. My character's logged off, but no refunds is up and ready. I will do this today. I will definitely do this today. I will make some a channel or two in the Discord for the purpose of the guild. Absolutely, definitely will. It'll make it easier for people to join in as well. Form guide is great. Thank you for the hard work, by the way. Hey, thank you. I know I've done quite too much, by my opinion, shameless promo today, but genuinely, the amount of people that have hopped on the Patreon and have said good things about the guide recently has what definitely made it all the worthwhile. So yeah, massive thank you. If you are Team Alliance and you're having troubles getting your characters in because you can't find it on the guild recruitment thing, because the game's stupid, This is where I will set the Discord up. And anybody in the Discord, you know, just drop your character name and somebody that's online at the time will be able to say, right. Anybody in the guild, anybody in the guild can also invite to the guild. Let's just fill it up. No, let's just fill it up. Get it only once it's full will we have to start, you know, maybe limiting who's in and who's not. But on the flip side, if any of you have got like 500 characters, please don't invite all of them. But there's no restrictions initially anyway. Anyway, yeah, more overload, more good. Crystallized, weeping, outlawed techniques, and webbed. Oh, yeah, so here we go. The webbed one is what I was talking about earlier. Maybe we focus in on this one. Specialize in the harvesting of deposits trapped in spindle spider webs found across Kazalgar. Gaining +1 skill to these deposits per point in this spec. Oh, does the arachnophobia mode work on this? Does it turn these into crabs as well? It probably should, shouldn't it? Yeah, when you tap a webbed node, it's going to put a leash on you that you have to run away to snap the leash. You get rid of that negative annoyance when you get rid of that to begin with by unlocking the node. Finesse, flat skill when mining them, perception, mining webbed ore deposits grant an additional 30% cooldown reduction to the overload empowered deposit. Yeah, you could end up once you've put see, this is where it's hard to determine, right? You could, by the time you've put a bunch of points in this, you could get your overload just absolutely flying. And you may get, depending on the price of these, if you can really get your overload just pumping, doubling up your overload ability, massively reducing the cooldown on it, getting it to come back off cooldown super quickly. If you can get into a rotation where you're using your overload ability like 5, 6, 7 times an hour, you might end up making so many of these that it becomes really worthwhile doing. Oh, here we go. Overloading a webbed ore deposit now summons twice as many spiders to capture. Oh, so actually maybe they've moved it to a talent instead. Maybe that's why it felt like it wasn't working. So then what does it do? I thought that's what it did anyway when you overload a web deposit. I don't know. But yeah, my perception is that this tree may not be as lucrative as just finding quality 3 materials. If I was to put my money somewhere, I'd say that more materials at higher quality is your best path for success initially. Hyper focusing on getting these though, if if everybody does the one thing, it'll be the other thing that makes the gold. If everybody focuses on getting shitloads of these, then quality 3 materials might not exist. I don't know. I've not really decided. I don't know. I don't totally know where my money is, but I hope that at least helps demystify a little bit of where you might want to put your points. My money's on plethora of ore. Mining fundamentals, I'd probably save this for a later day. Go the mastering the mysteries route if you want to hyper optimize getting, if you're not worried too much about getting higher quality bismuth or iron claw or, the actual base ore. If you're not deliberately focusing on getting as much ore as possible, then you want to focus on getting these. Mastering the mysteries is your tree. But realistically, mining's pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy mining. Herbalism is basically the same. They've almost copy-pasted the trees, to be fair. You have overloading the underground, which is basically the same sort of thing. You can specialize in crystallized, altered, spore-fused, or irradiated. So pretty much the same here again. Bountiful harvest is just gather more stuff. Are you good, Doc? Are you telling me I've been streaming too long? Is that your problem? Yeah. Go out in a minute. Go out in a minute. Do you think there's value in speccing into the refining? Well, yeah, see, this is it, right? I think that most definitely could if the demand for quality 3 materials is going to be really strong. Secondly, the supply of quality 3 materials is going to be very weak. So that in my mind, that feels like if the refining of materials is going to be a thing ever, it's going to be a thing in the first season of The War Within. If it's got any chance of being used at all, it'll be used in Season 1. What I do think will happen, though, is that the market prices on some of these materials might stagnate at a price where this never really works. For example, quality 3 would have to be more than 5 times the price of quality 2 for you to bother refining. And when that happens, people just buy up the quality 2 and refine it into quality 3. And that quickly oversupplies quality 3, and so the price comes down. I reckon quality 3 materials might sit at about 4 times the price of quality 2. Enough so that they're about as high as they can go, but not so high that people start refining quality 2, if that makes sense. But who knows? Who knows? The price, there could be so much farming done and so much of an oversupply of materials that quality 3 just decreases in price pretty quick anyway, regardless to the amount of demand for it. And then it might crush all of the prices together, and then all of this is completely dead on arrival again. We don't know. We don't know. That's the fun of guesswork. This moment, we don't know. Speculation's fun, right? Herbalism is a little bit more involved, though, because there's so many more variations of... Well, I mean, there's more herbs, right? Mining is 3 things. Herbalism is like 5 things. So there's a lot more early knowledge points. There's a lot more early artisans acuity you can get via herbalism than there is with mining. But fundamentally, once you've done the one-time things, they operate basically the same. You got to put points in the main node to unlock the refining of herbs. The interesting difference with the refining, actually, is that if I remember right with mining, it's separated. Did I make that up? Yeah, it's separated. You have to choose with mining. You don't learn the refinement until you've kind of put points into that specific node. So you might get to the ability, you might unlock the ability to refine bismuth, but you won't be able to refine Iron Claw or Akirite. Whereas with herbalism, once you've unlocked refining, you've unlocked refining. It just comes to you, right? You've got this first main node, you put 40 points in it, and then you can refine any of the herbs. So there's some differences there between the two. But then you are going to have to spend significantly more points specializing in all of the different herbs. There's 40 points you can potentially spend in all of these. And let's not forget that herbalism and mining, after the first week boost of knowledge points, you're looking at 9, 10, 11, 12, like about 12 knowledge points a week, 12 to 15 knowledge points a week. It could take you 3 weeks just to fill one of these nodes. So there's quite a long tail to herbalism and mining. And no dragon shards, remember? So there's no just doing it 20 hours a day to keep ahead. Or to push forward. There is these things. Where are they? Deep Grove Roots. Deep Grove Roots are the catch-up knowledge points, I'm led to believe. Have Dream Grove Petals, and you have the Dream Grove Rose. You get a few of these each week, and then you get your 1 rose per week, and that's your main weekly allocation of knowledge points. You can do that. That resets every week. Then there's Deep Grove Roots, which I'm led to believe is the catch-up system. We've been able to get these pretty easily on the beta, but the beta's had like catch-up mode enabled forever. As of tomorrow, when early access kicks in, you may not see any of these in the first week, regardless how much herbalism and mining you do. We don't know. I'll be interested to see if people start getting these day 1. If you can start getting these day 1, we might be in a weird Dragon Shard scenario where you can just farm 20 hours a day and get miles ahead, but I'm not convinced. With everything else they've done with knowledge points, I'm not convinced they'd let herbalism and mining do that. Yeah. How do I get access to the spreadsheets? I don't have spreadsheets. For the War Within, I don't have a spreadsheet. There's still the Dragonflight stuff. But the guide, yes. The guide is a gold goblin perk. Worth going gathering for a few days to make a quick buck before switching professions, or would you lose out on too many knowledge points from work orders that way? I'm going to be weaving herbalism and mining in a lot. I'm going to be weaving it in a lot. Because realistically, it's so quick and easy to level herbalism and mining from 1 to 100. You don't actually, like, you're not really losing anything by dropping it. Unless, obviously, you've got lots of... The same rule applies if you've got a long, many expansions history with herbalism and mining or any profession. You don't particularly want to drop it. But if these are new remix characters that you're playing on and they have no history, you don't really lose anything by dropping herbalism and mining. So I'm likely going to weave it in to a lot of my professions. I'll pick it up. I'll do a bunch of stuff each week with herbalism and mining. And then I'll drop it and pick, like, something else up.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
There's no real...
Both, I hope.
There's no real downside, particularly, to doing that. Yupma with the 12 months. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Thank you for that tier 1. Appreciate it. I have a guildie who claims if you drop a profession with old stuff, you get it all back when you relearn the profession. I am not going to risk it. No, slap them because they're wrong. I would bet my YouTube channel on that they are wrong. Back in BFA, I think it was. In BFA, they implemented a small little system where if you drop your profession and pick it back up again, you could go and buy a book from an NPC that would reteach you the BFA recipes that you forgot. There was never anything that taught you any old stuff again. Was it Legion, maybe? I can't remember exactly what expansion it was, but they did something like that once upon a time. And I really wish they hadn't, because it's confused many people ever since. No, if you drop your professions, you lose everything. Don't do it. Thoughts on jewel crafting? I love jewel crafting. Jewel crafting's my baby. I've mained jewel crafting every expansion ever. It's made me millions upon millions of gold over the years. I love jewel crafting. But because of that, I'm also very biased. Jewel crafting would have to be like F-tier dog shit before I wouldn't heavily play it. Jewel crafting is just always good, though. Jewel crafting has never really failed to be good. Because there's so many different aspects of it. It's probably the main consumer of ore. It directly then converts that ore, and being good at converting that ore is a maths problem that most people don't ever overcome. Meaning just converting ore into raw gems is often profitable all by itself. When you take those raw gems and then you cut gems, you are directly providing people player power, which they can socket into their gear. It applies to absolutely flipping everybody, regardless of which game mode you play. It's just always good. On top of that, they make rings and necklaces. They make jewelry slots that are often high-ticket items. Jewel crafting's just always been good. Love it. Love it to bits. Have I got some prospecting numbers somewhere? I do, but they're old. I have not checked them in over a month, which in beta terms is basically prehistoric. So I'm not even trusting my own data on prospecting right now. I might do a little bit of like prospecting, a little bit of milling, a little bit of something. I might do a little bit of something just so I've got some rough numbers to share. But I've not done any 10,000 data point shuffles to find stuff out yet. Honestly, I'm probably going to do most of that once the game's live. Or, better still, wait till other people do it and then, and then redistribute it. And now they supply the S-tier alchemist with all their tier 3 vials. Yes, vials as well. Now we're going to be producing vials, and alchemists are going to have to use. In Dragonflight, alchemists very quickly learned that they don't need to bother using Jewel Crafting's vials. They can cut that corner. They can let inspiration do the hard work instead. Not this time. Not this time. Those alchemists are beholden to Jewel Crafters making their vials all day long. You want to make those quality 3 vials, and you want to industrialize it, and you want to sell them on the. You want to sell those quality 3 potions and flasks. You better buy those Jewel Crafters vials first. Woo! Spicy. Anyway, boys and girls, I've ended up streaming way longer than I actually intended to today. I'm going to leave it there. I will be flooding your YouTube inboxes with Proffesion videos in the next couple of days. This is also the last stream until early access tomorrow. Unless I get really bored and just throw the stream up tomorrow randomly, but that will be a random thing. Probably not. I should probably sleep tomorrow. Tomorrow would be a really good day to spend all day in bed. We will be live, what is midnight my time, or about 1 hour before early access opens tomorrow. We will stream for a few hours, depending on server stability. We'll try and level up a few levels at least. Then I will go to bed at a relatively normal hour, so that we can hopefully get up on the Friday and maintain a relatively normal stream schedule. So I'm trying not to break my stream schedule too much. It will just be tomorrow with the launch of early access that will be a bit weird. But yeah, say goodbye. Say goodbye to Dragonflight. See you later, Dragonflight. See you later. Oh yeah, sign up for the guild. Crafting Guild. You want to be part of the best crafting guild, EU? No refunds is now live. I'll set some Discord channels up later. I'm going to go get me some food. Set some Discord channels up for it later, which will make it a little bit easier for Team Alliance to join in, because Blizzard hasn't fixed the recruitment thing. Anybody in the guild can invite anybody else, so your alternative is just whisper somebody that is online from the guild. We'll set up some ranks, and we'll set up a few terms and conditions, rules and regulations. Let's make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to make a bunch of gold. Crafting orders galore. Crafting orders galore. That's the hope. Anyway, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you all for joining. The viewership has been absolutely ludicrous recently. I can't believe for starters, we're in 3 figures, and good 3 figures. So if you're relatively new around here, hello. We'll be back soon. We'll be doing lots of goblin-y stuff. If you're a regular, thank you very much. If you're lurking, thank you very much. All the bits, all the subs, all the follows, all the love. Any ads that you've had to sit through, I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow for the War Within. It's going to be exciting. We've got to share the love, though. Who's live? We've got to share the love. Got to share the love. It's got to be somebody live. Is nobody live? Lord have mercy. I can't have 300 plus viewers on Twitch and not share it with somebody. We have to send you over somewhere. I was half expecting to see Zanzaful online, but he's not online. He's being lazy. He's making videos, isn't he? Drops soon as well, by the way. Yes. Drops will be not for early access, not until official launch. 26th. 26th, there's going to be some drops. Howley's not streaming today. Everybody's off to Gamescom, aren't they? That's what it is. That's why nobody's streaming. Guys and girls, go find yourselves a new home. Go find yourselves a new Twitch home. I'll let you all navigate in your own directions. But thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. I'll see you for the War Within. Peace.